What's going on, guys? Tower number 9 here. I am joined by BobbySapphire, world number 1 on the Star Wars Unlimited leaderboards, as we're about to bring you another exciting round of Swiss play here at the Cantina Clash individual event, brought to
Wow.
you by Maclunky Gaming and Top Deck Games. Bobby, how you doing?
Great. What an intro. Can you just like come to all my classes and just introduce me like that every period?
Yeah, just tell the students, hey, world number 1 on the Star Wars Unlimited leaderboard. Let's
Yeah,
go.
just like, all my private and personal engagements, just introduce me like that. That'd be great.
Sweet.
Yeah, wild to hear, but I'm doing good. I'm excited to be casting. I got to cast a little bit yesterday. The team event was fun. Shout out and congratulations to your team, McClunky Gaming, for taking it down,
Yeah.
beating my boys in the finals. But
It was
now
a
I'm
it was a
excited to see
great
some
finals.
decks.
It was really cool.
Yes, I was, out with my buddy for his birthday, and I had to, I was like, "Oh, I'll get this round," and I just sat at the bar watching the finals, and they're like, "Where you been?" "Yeah, important matters."
Blue can be a compelling game
Yeah.
in many ways, even just as a viewer.
Yeah, well, when your friends are in it and, like, we've talked to the community so great, you wanna be part of it, you wanna be there.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
so I was all in, but now looking at these deck lists for the single event and like knowing that my events are starting in just 2 weeks, I'm starting to get really excited for testing and trying out some of the new stuff that we're seeing at this
Yeah.
Cantina Clash event.
It's a really exciting time for the game right now, in my opinion. We have we have, of course, this Cantina Clash event, and it's a new set and all that. And I think with rotation in particular, the exploration is even more exciting than it normally is, because not only do we have a set's worth of cards, but also the removal of some of the cards that were previous staples really has people reconsidering how to play certain compositions.
Yeah, and some people have been sort of forced into it because there are people who have been playing decks from just like those first two set leaders because they were sort of like head and shoulders above above the rest of the leaders for the most part over the last couple of years, certainly on the stronger end. So even myself, who has spent a lot of time playing Cad Bane, Emperor Palpatine, I have to rethink everything now and find some new leaders. Speaking
Yeah,
of new
I
leaders, looks like we're going to have an interesting mirror match on the screen this round.
oh, Lando Mirror. Yeah, that should be interesting. To your point about playing the same leaders all the time, I've been a big Sabine Wren fan for quite some time.
That's right.
And rotation has pushed me out of my comfort zone. I've had to be trying some new things, and some of them have been really cool. I'm a big fan of the Chewy yellow deck, for instance. I think, in some ways, playing a similar aggression, cunning, heroism, aggro thing to the cunning Sabine that I often played, but it's a really different twist on it, and the deck plays really differently.
Yeah, but still super aggressive. And your teammate Dahak did really well with it yesterday too.
Oh yeah, it's a deck that has some really cool plays, and overall I'm excited to see how things develop as we move on. But now it's time for Lando versus Lando.
Yes, both blue bases, but one of those blue bases starting with a little more life and one fewer card in their hand, as we have a Lando Colossus on the right.
Yeah. Yeah, the mighty Colossus, definitely a not one that has always seen play. There is a very real downside to that base, because starting with one fewer card can be a big problem. But maybe we're gonna see some card draw effects to make up for it. There's that Vigilance X-Wing that can deal 2 damage to itself and draw a card, for instance. There are a fair few options right now. And it's actually kind of funny when you think about card draw as a whole, not historically something that's been considered that strong in this game, but it's a big part of the meta with things like the new Jin Urso.
Yeah, and this Faith in the Friends to start the game is really nice. Kind of kind of surprising that it seemed so easily revealing that triple cunning. I feel like that could be something that's a little scary for a Colossus deck. But
Yeah.
yeah, but here we have we also have a friend Faith in our friends mirror, two hyperspace Faith in our friends putting four
Yeah.
spies into play.
Yeah, one one player leading off with faith on your friends, and the opponent does the same thing. So 4 spies on the board on turn 1. Definitely, definitely feeling like a mirror. And faith in your friends, itself a card that replaces itself, and so could be some mitigation there for the card disadvantage from that Colossus.
Yes, and just looking at Patrick's hand here, it's all yellow, so um, it looks like the color he's or the aspect he's gonna be naming with Lando um, is cunning.
Yeah. This is one of the interesting parts of Lando deck building. You kind of have to build your deck around what is the aspect that I'm going to be calling for Lando, and how reliable can I get that? It's almost like when you were building heroism aggro decks in the past and building everything around for a cause I believe in. You really want your hit rate to be high. And so I've even heard of some Lando decks where it's like, oh yeah, every single card in this deck is heroism. Every single card in this deck is cunning, just to get the odds of getting that credit as high as possible.
Yeah, and being able to make it all cunning means these faith in your friends are just all or essentially always going to be hitting. And in fact, we just saw Glue on the left use his Lando ability to discard a card from Patrick's deck, saying saying cunning. It's almost like you just know a little bit more from seeing those first two faith in your friends. What's a name? Maybe not
Yeah, that
trusting that the hit rate of your own deck.
yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if that means that Glue is maybe playing a few more cards that aren't in his chosen aspect for Lando in order to try and get some value. And I do think, like for a cause I believe in, it's likely going to be the case that you don't have a fully 100% hit rate. There's a good chance there's going to be a few little pieces here and there that aren't. But interestingly, Glue bringing out the fireball, but there's nothing to ambush, and it is slowly damaging itself, but also provides a threat. Patrick, in the meantime, winning the spy war and having 2 other spies to put some pressure on Glue's base. Oh, but one is bounced by Kanan Jarrus. This guy is very cool. This is the new Kanan that bounces a unit when played and can bounce a more expensive unit if you have that off aspect. Glue doesn't, but a spy is not expensive, so
Uh,
bouncing spies also removes them permanently.
Well, now we're just at the level of spice I need. We just saw the master code breaker hit the table, pulling gambits from the deck.
Yeah. The Master Codebreaker, 2 cost 1 4. The first Gambit card you play each round costs 1 less, and when played, search the top 8 cards of your deck for a Gambit card, reveal it, and draw it. And now
Yeah.
Faith in Your Friends once again.
Third faith in your friends, which is a gambit, so it'll only cost one. We
Yeah.
saw him pull the Axe Forgets, which is going to be a one cost bounce now. So this Master Codebreaker fully powering up the Lando Colossus here, and the card disadvantage that comes with Colossus has been mitigated effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting situation there. As we were saying earlier, Colossus, nice chunk of extra HP, does cost you a card, but if you have the right things to mitigate that, you can end up getting some pretty good value. And man, Faith in Your Friends seeing a lot of play. Very cool card. Lots of spies. Blue is facing off a swarm of spies, even with Kanan having removed one here.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what blue cards um, Patrick has in here
And look at that.
because
Patrick discards a card from Glue's deck.
yeah,
They've
and
they've each
I
discarded from
wonder
the
why. I
opponent's
wonder if
deck
he's
with
like
Lando.
ready to. Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna play the mill long game. But I just don't know. It's possible that the blue cards he has are like Bo-Katans, and he doesn't like if he's naming Cunning, but Glue also had Qui-Gon, so maybe he's also naming Cunning. It's tough to know without getting the table audio what
Yeah.
all were naming when they hit their own deck. But now that they've swapped, it's just making me think.
Kanan Jarrus takes out one of the spies, restore 1, healing a point from Glue's base. Patrick having another spy attack into Kanan here.
Yeah, it looks like he does not want he knows these spies are not long for the world as long as there's a ground unit out there to pick them off. So might as well use them in a way that actually activates their attack value. Trading two
Kanan
spies for Kanan.
Yeah, I think Kanan ultimately took out a total of 4 spies there, 1 with the when played ability, 1 with the attack, and then 2 in the defensive trade there. And the funny thing is even after Kanan killed 4 spies, there's still a spy on the board.
So we just saw Glue name Patrick's like mill off Patrick's deck, but the blue card, the Bo Katan, came off the top. So
Yeah, so is that a
he
miss
misses.
then, I think? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Lieutenant Gorn. This card's very strong as a potential credit counter, but the axe forgets immediately bouncing Gorn back to Glue's hand. Glue really a bit behind on the board here.
Oh
Oh,
man.
and it's
Yeah.
Light Maker. Light
Yeah.
Maker played there with the assistance of one of those credit tokens, I believe. 3
Yeah,
4
and
raid 4. When defeated, choose an arena and exhaust each enemy unit in that arena. Glue is behind.
yeah, and he loses his fireball there that turn too. So now the board is completely clear and there's nothing stopping Patrick from getting in, and Glue also doesn't have a credit token to or maybe he does. That maybe that metal token over there is the credit
Yeah,
token.
I think he has 1 credit. Yeah,
Okay.
it looks like he had a credit. Lando hits the field, turns that 1 credit into 3. Lightmaker here can swing for 7 though. It's
Yeah, I got to
looking
imagine
difficult.
Yeah, I got to imagine that we're going to see a Liberty, but just a little late to be super effective against that light maker, but might end up tapping down the opposing Lando once he flips.
Yeah, glue
Three of them were played at a discount. Um, just
very
sort came out. You're just able to continue to push damage, have that board presence. That's what's going to let you attack base more easily.
yeah. Board presence can really mean a lot in this game, and even it's pretty funny. Even with that Kanan killing 4 spies, that didn't even get rid of all the spies. There was just so many copies of Faith in Your Friends being played there, and ultimately, a spy token is not really the best unit in the game, but there's that old saying, quantity has a quality all its own, and a swarm of spies can do a lot in the early game, set Patrick up pretty well to progress into the mid and late game and, start trading those big punches with the powerful units.
Yeah, and it just kept his hand fueled too for someone who's playing Colossus. You want to be able to generate cards in your hand, and even though the spies aren't that great, the fact that they don't cost you a card when they're played in this deck just makes it all the more better. Like all the more reason to play it and use them as your early game.
Yeah. And looks like we're seeing Glue present the deck for a cut here, and I think we are about to move on into game two. Bobby, if you're in a Lando mirror, there's special cards that you'd want to be sideboarding in for this next round.
I got to imagine that, like, I don't know if there's anything that great. And there's nothing that can take out the liberties or the Bo-Katans or the Mandalorians in the opposing hand. I don't really know how you get ahead with tech. You could potentially bring in some removal for those units, like maybe something like a Lost and Forgotten. Even though
Yep.
it is a vigilance aspect, there really aren't any answers to those cards in the cunning aspect. So I think like that might be a thing that I'm looking to have in my blue sideboard. I'm not really sure what I would really have to win this mirror battle that isn't out of the cunning aspect and into some form of removal.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sometimes in the past we've seen, oh, I'm just gonna bring in more end game units. You know what I mean? Like there's, bring in the third home one, bring in, the third Kelleran back, all that type of stuff. But I'm not sure what ratios these decks are playing those units at to begin with, and there might not be all that much to add. Honestly, it might just be, hey, we're gonna run it back.
Yeah, and I think that's an issue with sort of some of these late game decks, these control decks, that there aren't really that many bombs, especially in these colors for Lando. You're looking at like Mythosaur and things. There's just not that many options. So I
Yeah,
think I think my head would be in potentially removal, maybe like a Galen Urso, something that could get me ahead in some sort of battle. But when these guys just want to be tapping out and spending all their resources on a bomb, there's not a lot you can do. Even when you remove it, you then can't develop as much. And if they have another bomb to follow it up, you didn't really get anywhere.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting conundrum for these situations. But hey, there's a card we've seen several times before, Faith in Your Friends making its appearance once again.
Yep, and once again has the full reveal, this time revealing the N1 Starfighter, Mandalorian, and Ahsoka Tano. So we see Ahsoka with a little hand destruction there. Could be something um, really beneficial. Oh, what are we seeing here?
Yeah, what is
Put a
that?
card.
Let's see.
Oh, it's not
Oh
covering the
yeah,
wing.
no, I know this one. This is another kind of cool play that Lando in particular can do. So what he did there was he used Lando's ability first to mill a card and then played commence patrol. So you put a card in a discard pile on the bottom of its owner's deck, and if you do, you create an X-wing token. So, and
Gotcha.
it only costs 1. So normally Commence Patrol suffers from, it says if you do. So there has to be a card in discard, so you can't just use it as a 1 cost 2/2. But with Lando's ability to mill first, you essentially can. And it's additionally going to be a card that has both cunning and heroism. So it's essentially a 1 cost 2/2, but it has better like aspect alignment than some other stuff that you might otherwise do.
Yeah, that's a great piece of technology there. I like it.
Yeah.
And
Alright,
now,
Patrick swinging with the spy, Glue with the X-wing, but Patrick has 2 spies.
yep, damage on board. The race is on. Oh, we do see a Galen Urso play turn two using that credit.
Yeah, the question here is what is named with Galen Erso? So, Galen Urso allows you to blank a card essentially. It still has its stats, but its abilities are lost. It can't gain abilities. One thing you could say here is credit token,
Yeah.
and Galen only applies to cards that an opponent owns. So Glue could potentially turn off Patrick's credits. Could also, I believe, say spy and remove raid from those spies, essentially making them 0/2s.
That would be pretty wild. I would bet dollars to donuts that he named credit here, but certainly turning off the spies is a spicy move.
There's Ahsoka Tano, so Glue will be forced to discard, and if the discarded card is a unit, that will also be an exhaust. Looks like I think that was that a fireball that was
Yeah, that was
discarded
a
there, and that is going to be
prestige
exhaust on
fireball.
Galen. Oh, and here's Bail Organa.
All right, and the spy cracks were two, so that he did not turn the raid off on the spies, but he did chip away so that Ahsoka could trade favorably into Galen next turn.
Yeah, Patrick's setting that up. Galen, of course, Glue does have the initiative, so we could see Galen attack first and clear a spy before Ahsoka can remove him, and I think that's just what we're seeing.
Yeah. And so one of the things that's sort of a chess match, not only in a Lando mirror, but in general, is when do you fire off that credit making ability of Lando? And since Glue did that originally, but then used it, he's got to find an opportunity. And here it is.
Pilot Han played as an ambush unit here, attacking and defeating Bail Organa, and then Ahsoka Tano defeating Galen, only for Glue to play another Galen.
Yeah, he really wants to turn off those credits. But this is it's not a bad play for Glue because it to get rid of him favorably, Patrick might have to trade both of these units in.
Right.
Getting the board clear, which has been something that Glue has really struggled with this match. It's just he seems to always be behind on board.
Yeah, and as a 3/5 here, Galen has enough defense not to be defeated in one hit. Looks like Patrick may be fine with taking that trade, though. Ahsoka Tano swings into Galen. Glue is going to flip Lando and turn his 1 credit into 3.
Yep, and not attack with the Galen. He wants his Lando out first.
Good call also on the game plan there for Patrick. Patrick indeed trades Han as well as Ahsoka for Galen Urso, freeing up those credit tokens, but now with no units on the board.
And now Patrick has to be afraid of what Glue might have. He could have a Qui-Gon Jinn to just immediately eliminate the Lando. He could come out with a Liberty, exhausting the Lando. There's a lot of things, a lot of benefit from having flipped your Lando first to get to essentially 9 resource turn.
Yeah, Patrick, maybe having to deal with Galen first to free up the credits, but now in a slightly awkward spot.
Yeah, I think if Glue has Qui-Gon, there's no really great way out of it unless you have your own Qui-Gon Sentinel, because I don't think this deck plays a whole lot of Sentinel. Like, doesn't have a lot of Sentinel options, and I saw both players did play Qui-Gon, I think, in the first game. Um,
There's the Master Code Breakers. That's gonna maybe stall a bit and look for a gambit.
yeah, it
Might be
looks
might be useful just to delay.
yeah, it's a nice delay tactic that still is going to leave you with 7 resources, right? If you flip your Lando, you're still gonna have access to 7, so you could have access to your own Qui-Gon. There's potentially looking at like a Depa Balaba, something. You still have a lot of resources to work with. You won't be playing a Liberty or a Mando, but you still have a lot.
And take a look at that. It's a nice find there for Patrick. Faith in Your Friends, a card that we've seen a few times here before. There's Qui-Gon.
So did have the Qui-Gon there. Is going to take out the Master Codebreaker. Does free up Lando for a deploy and at least one turn um, where he can attack.
Yeah. There's Faith in Your Friends first. Gonna search, or maybe not. No,
He might
Lando
be
flips first.
forgetting that it was going to cost 2 now that the Master Codebreaker's dead and wants to use all 7 of his resources.
Oh, here we go. He's gonna trade Lando for Qui-Gon and then play Faith in Your Friends so that Qui-Gon's when defeated effect cannot be used to bounce and remove one of those spies.
Yeah, great call. And that hit did. I wonder if like Glue got impatient there with the Lando because I mean with the Qui-Gon because that let Patrick essentially control when that Qui-Gon's trigger went off.
Yeah. Now, Faith in Your Friends generating 2 spy tokens is nice, but I do think unless Patrick can come up with some other play, maybe with that stockpile of credits that he has over there, I do think 2 spies is a pretty inferior board to a Lando leader unit.
It's it's certainly inferior, but um it's not like so inferior that one Lando, like one 4 attack leader is going to run away with it. We're
Right.
entering a portion of the game where these players are going to be starting their turns with access to like 10 and 11 resources. So the game will really be played in these next 3 turns, and that'll decide who wins. This board state, I think, is fairly irrelevant since Lando doesn't do a single thing once he's flipped.
Yeah, I mean, Lando has a decent stat line, but it's not super exciting. And I think we saw in Patrick's hand there, I believe there was both a copy of The Mandalorian and a copy of Liberty. Whereas in Glue's hand, I think I've seen Bo-Katan, I think I've seen another Mandalorian. So, like you said, we're going to be trading those big end game plays.
Yeah, and the Bo-Katan is a huge blowout for this spy board, but otherwise, these units, they're doing the same attack as that Lando. But I would
Okay,
I
so
would
Qui
assume,
Gon hits the field. Bo-Katan would wipe this entire board, but at a price, which is Qui-Gon would then bounce Bo-Katan back, so we would be left with just a totally empty board. Instead, Glue brings in the Mandalorian, ambushes and kills a spy, and captures Qui-Gon.
yeah, it would have been interesting to just fire off the Bo-Katan right off the rip. That would allow you to buff your Lando before it attacked, and
Mm.
it wouldn't be affected by Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon could sacrifice himself to get the Bo-Katan off the table, but still leave a 7-10 Lando on table.
Yeah, interesting point. The experience tokens there would be nice. As it stands, the Mandalorian has captured Qui-Gon, which prevents the when defeated effect from going off because being captured is not defeated. However, this also potentially represents actually healing for Patrick's Qui-Gon if Patrick can find a way to deal with this copy of the Mandalorian, because Qui-Gon was close to defeat himself, and when restored from being captured, will be at full HP.
I know, but that's almost a benefit for Glue, where
Yeah,
you kinda
it's
don't
funny.
want the Qui-Gon to die, like, maybe you'll have an opportunity to exhaust it with the Liberty or recapture it again, before it can clear something off your board.
Yeah, no, this is interesting. So the Mandalorian facing down just a spy. However, I do believe Patrick has 3 credit tokens while Glue only has 1 here.
Yeah, and it just
Interesting
depends on if, like,
showdown.
there's enough if you can spend all of those credits on 2 things that are, like, really strong. I think we might be frozen.
Yeah, either that or the players are really I've not seen a lot of movement. Hopefully, we will have
Yeah. Well, the clock
the
was a dead giveaway for me, but maybe they are staying very, very still.
yeah. Hopefully, we will have the feed back soon. Sorry about that. Yeah,
You know what? It's actually still on YouTube, so I think it's just us. All right.
be a little delayed in our casting,
Oh, yeah, I don't even
but
know. Oh,
we'll make
okay.
it happen.
We're back.
We are back.
All
All
right.
right, so
So
you have been spared the spectacle of us trying to cast with a 30-second delay or whatever.
yes. But there's a Liberty on Patrick's side and a Light Maker now in the Space Arena on Galu's side.
I like the Liberty side of that better.
Yeah, slightly better.
Liberty is a very, very strong card. Now it's attacking into Glue's base and exhausting Lightmaker.
Yeah, I think your analogy earlier, like Liberty is the Avenger of the new meta. It's just like the perfect card to attack base. It exhausts. It allows you to win a race, but leaving leaving a spy out for Mandalorian to kill and capture your Space Arena stuff is tough.
Yeah, I think that might have been a bit of a setup though, because after that play occurs, Patrick sends in Qui-Gon, clears the Mandalorian, and now that space or those captured units come right back. Now I'm a little curious there. Qui-Gon swings for 7, right? Was there damage on the Mandalorian somehow?
I didn't see a damage token, but it's possible that
Oh, he could have just swung, died, used the when defeated to bounce, and that
yes,
accomplishes essentially the same thing.
yeah. And since he already had another Qui-Gon, he would immediately get one back from underneath the
Right,
Mandalorian.
right. Okay. So now we have Kane and Jarrus on the field. Unfortunately, not the highest impact play at this time in the game. And Liberty swinging away and exhausting Lightmaker, Glue in a very awkward position here.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of good units that can deal with Liberty. That's why I was saying, like, I'd be looking out of the sideboard to bring some kind of removal, because when that Qui-Gon play works to get Mandalorian off the table, uh, there's not it's not really anything these decks have for Liberty. Like, nothing stops them.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's you can play, you could play some direct removal, I guess, but Liberty is not something that can really cleanly be answered by almost any unit in the game, honestly.
Yeah, and here Glue takes initiative so he can potentially, uh oh, wait, no, he didn't. I thought he did have initiative. Oh, yeah, sorry, this is still the previous turn. But he's gonna be looking to ram that Lightmaker and exhaust.
Yeah, Lightmaker, the awkward thing for Glue is that with Patrick having the initiative, Liberty can swing and exhaust Lightmaker. And so Glue claiming, I think, very early, really, in order to have the situation reversed, allow Lightmaker to swing, crash in there, die, and then get its exhaust effect. Which
Yeah, but
that is a lot of value. Lightmaker is a pretty solid card. It can punch way above its weight.
absolutely, but here with the Mandalorian going into the ground arena and, choosing not to ambush, so it wouldn't take any damage, it wouldn't be in danger of dying, does present a lethal attack, in the ground arena here.
Yeah, Mandalorian gets exhausted. So now we have stolen AT hauler. Oh, another Liberty. That is not what you want to see if you're Glue, and he's just gonna scoop it up.
Yep, play more liberties. That's the name of the game. That seems to
Yeah,
be. I mean, you mentioned it right before, like when we were in between games. Like, what do you want to do? More haymakers, and I think like nothing replaces the liberty. Maybe
yeah.
like playing a salvage for two is something I would look to before like off aspect to do anything other than play something that isn't liberty.
Yeah, Glue barely finally managed to deal with that first Liberty, taking initiative very early to allow Lightmaker to swing in there and clear it, only to be met with another Liberty. And while Patrick might not have been able to win the game that turn, I think the writing was on the wall, and Glue ultimately concedes it. So that is going to be a 2-0 win for Patrick, with his Lando Colossus prevailing in the Lando Vigilance Mirror here.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I was a little shocked to see Colossus, but even with the smaller opening hand, the Colossus prevailed.
Yeah, and it's really an interesting thing too. Sometimes these more control or late game oriented decks can have very long matches. That actually proceeded at a very brisk pace.
Yeah, but we just got word that the backup match finished even faster than that one, so we do not have a backup match, which I would have really liked to see because it was Kenny on Talzin versus Mo on Luke. I'm curious who won that one, but I would have liked to see that or any backup match.
Yeah, and I'm being told here that Mo was victorious with Luke over Talzin in that backup match.
Oh well, thanks for that info.
Okay, well, that is, I think, that is going to do it for the round that we had here with the Lando mirror, a 2-0, relatively quick victory. One thing that I do really appreciate about this set, Bobby, is control mirrors used to be such garbage, and that Lando mirror is, it's trading haymakers, it's playing the big cards, like we said, but that is so much more interesting than what we saw in the pre-rotation meta where you'd have these control decks where it's like, okay, the only relevant cards in my deck are vigilance, restock, and things that mess with my opponent's vigilance and restock.
Well, you say that it's not garbage now, but what if those mirrors devolve into the I mill you, you mill me mirror? We'll see. We'll see how things
Oh yeah, I
progress. It's
mean, if we
early on in the
do
meta.
if we do somehow find Mill coming back, it will probably actually be worse because at least vigilance could end the game quickly sometimes by milling a lot,
Yeah.
but who knows?
No, but that was fun, and I think for at least a little while, all of the mirror, like all of these matches are going to be interesting and dynamic and something new to learn. So I think it's pretty awesome that we just have this completely new meta.
Yeah. It's a really exciting time. It's a really exciting time for the game as a whole. Rotation forcing people to reevaluate things. A lot of staple cards from the early lifespan of the game no longer being played, at least in Premiere. And then if can't abide seeing Sabine go or whatever, you could still be playing a Sabine deck in Eternal format events. Have you been looking at Eternal at all?
Oh yeah, come on. I've been looking at Eternal. I do right within arm's reach. I have one deck sleeved up that I've been flipping through all weekend, and I'll give you one guess which Twilight of the Republic leader is the leader for my favorite deck.
Ooh, okay, so we got Twilight of the Republic. Okay, okay. Twilight of the Republic leader, huh?
Hmm. You
Okay,
haven't
alright.
seen him in a
What
while.
was Django Twilight of the Republic?
Yeah,
Is that who you're bringing out?
yeah, of course I am. Actually, I was supposed to meet my buddy, he was running late coming back. He played in the team tournament for the Cantina Clash. He's driving back home through Massachusetts. He's dropping me off a Django showcase. He threw it in my
Ooh,
trunk of my car and sent me a picture while we were casting and said,
that's
"Your
spicy.
DoorDash has been delivered." So he dropped me off a Django showcase to borrow for the season. I left him some Legends of the Force cards because he hadn't played much. But yeah, I'm excited to play some Django and Eternal, and honestly, I'm excited about a lot of these new leaders just in Premiere. I've bought more showcases for this set than I have in any other set because I just keep getting excited about Val, about Lando, about Chewbacca. So
Yeah.
I am on a dark path.
A dark path. Yeah,
My wallet's on a dark path.
what do you think about this is one that I have I have not played. I have not played this myself, but I've seen some discussion and it seemed really interesting. What do you think about Tobias Beckett, but
Oh,
not using the new stuff? Instead, we're playing bounty cards. We're giving the opponent bounties and then killing them and getting them. We're potentially even playing endless legions super early with all the credits we're making. What do you think about that?
so I've seen the Endless Legions version, and it is pretty amazing. If you haven't had the chance to try it, I highly recommend it. I don't. The bounty thing feels like bounties never took off to an amazing degree in even when they were legal in Premiere because of what they do to deck construction, which is just really water down what you can do. Like, they're terrible top games late. Like, what are you gonna do with those after you've already used Beckett's ability? So, like, I don't
Mm,
dislike it. I think, like, it's fine for, like, if you wanna just, like, go turn 1, um, like, play the ramp card maybe, but I don't know, I think, like, Beckett does a great job of generating credits on his own. I think the things that are really interesting with him, um, man, I wish I had that Endless Legions deck up in front of me because there are some cool things that you give away, um, and then get to cash in on. Hold on, I think I
yeah,
do have it here.
it's a very interesting play pattern and pretty unlike most other decks that we've seen in Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah, so I played against someone, they were using Favorable Delegate, so you draw it's the 1/5 that draws a card, and then when defeated, discard a card from your hand. So you draw, and then you give
Yeah,
your
then you
opponent
give
the
it to them. Yep.
favorable, and then they discard. And
That's a
then
nice trade.
yeah, that's a nice little trick. The ramp gets a little tricky, but you have just like other guy like Rhodian Bondsman, just the 2/3 2-drop that when it's defeated, each player creates a credit token, and then the actual Endless Legions play is crazy because you dump out Admiral Piet to give all your cards ambush, and then you're dropping like Devastators, Executors, Crate Dragons, Ben Solo, readying a Crate Dragon, attacking with a clone to make 4 Crate Dragons. Like the deck is crazy, and that's
Yeah.
what I want to see in that's what I want to see in Eternal. But every time I've played against it, uh, I've just I've just played a Devastator for 6 resources ready, and the game ended before they get to do anything fun. So
Right.
um, yeah, I don't. So who just said BW cultist in the chat saying I'll play Eternal once they ban Django. I really don't know if Django is the problem, but some of the cards they printed to enable Django have just gotten out of hand. So maybe they
What do
will
you
get rid of
think,
Django.
what do you think? Leave Django, ban War Juggernaut? Is that your
That has
plan?
always been my stance. Yeah, I actually said that even in Premiere when War Juggernaut was spoiled. I said that that card needs to not happen. But Devastator's really good, and I wonder also like if just Triple Dark Raid is actual the culprit. And if you can't pull out the vehicles, like if it would be fine. The problem is like it's not my job to test these things,
Right.
and so I'll never know. But the fact that they didn't ban anything to start, like I don't know if it's because they just want to see what happens. They didn't have time to test everything. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna play. I'm definitely gonna hit up an Eternal PQ because I just want to play Django one more time in case they get rid of him once again. Because I mean, you casted a lot of those early PQs, but
Oh,
I was
yeah.
playing Django pre JTL when most people didn't even think Django was that great, let alone the best deck. So
Yeah.
that is a deck I really like playing, and it's sort of my bounce tap attack. Like this is the way. Like that's how I want to play cards, and I've never been able to bounce tap attack in a deck as well as I have with Django. So I will be hitting at
Yeah.
least the Hex and Co. PQ to defend my previous appearance at Hex and Co. and try and take one down with my boy Django.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff, and, yeah, I think Django was really one when he was first previewed, people weren't even very excited about him. They're like, "Why would I even play this guy? I should just play Boba." But,
Yeah.
in time, he proved to what do you think, Boba Fett's legal. Do you think Boba can stand up to Django?
No, I don't, I don't. Like, you can get the Boba's armor on him, but not before he's exhausted. And by then, like, you know, what are you gonna do? And
Yeah,
I believe it's prevents damage, so like the Devastator can still get him. So like,
right.
I don't know. I
I
think
I think, like I think Django, with the stuff that eventually got printed, like the War Juggernaut and things like that, I think Django may actually be stronger than Boba. Like, the main thing that Boba does that's super good is that he has, stats that are too high for his cost, and that's, like I'm not saying having stats that are too high for your costs is bad. It's certainly very strong. But in a format where the opponent can exhaust your whole board with Django or do all these crazy plays with Beckett or whatever, I'm not sure that having that 7 stat line on flip is really going to be enough to propel Boba to the top again.
no, it certainly doesn't protect him from force throw. And to really pop off with your leader flip in Boba Fett, you need to attack with him. So like he really gets crushed by the like just like force throw being in that format. Django, not so much. I mean, you might be in a situation where you need to exhaust like 20 things with War Juggernaut, but like chances are, like if you're in that spot, you don't deserve to win that game. So like, I don't know. I just think Django is really good. I'm glad that the Boba ban happened because we might never have found Django.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and it's going to be very cool to see how the meta evolves, not just here in Premiere, where we're seeing people explore the post rotation meta, but also in Eternal, where there's no rotation and people are just bringing out the craziest decks possible.
Yeah, and I hope people continue to explore and continue to find crazy things. I know that like we're about to get like maybe in the middle of May, so right in the middle of this PQ season, the Twin Sun decks will come out and dump a lot of cards into Eternal, and these cards are pushed. Like some of the cards that have been spoiled already are pushed. We just got some spoilers to release this week for the Twin Suns decks, and some of these cards are crazy, and it's gonna it's gonna make Eternal like a really nutty format. So I hope that there are way more decks like the Beckett Endless Legions deck, and fewer decks like Django that feel really oppressive to like general creature strategies. Or
Hmm.
just generally like dumping units out, because it really is all about the War Juggernaut being able to tap 100 guys. Like you have 100 guys. Well, I just exhausted every single one of them with War Juggernaut. It's stupid. Like, wouldn't it be cool if there was a like there is, right? There's the Kylo deck with Papanoida that like makes a million spies. You could probably do an even more efficient one of those in Eternal. And what if there was a deck that put a like 100 spies on the table turn 3 or something? And then War Juggernaut's like, you never had your spies. Like, not only are they
Yeah.
exhausted, but I'm gonna do it again next turn with my sneak
Yeah, just
attack and
actually
kill them
defeat
all.
all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, so like unless they attack all at once, like these spies just actually did nothing. So to me, it's always been War Juggernaut is the issue. The rest of the cards are really strong, but War Juggernaut is the one that breaks the game.
Okay. And what do you think about the strategy? Do you think we are going to end up seeing bans? Do you think Eternal is just going to be the crazy format where everything goes?
I think they'll probably let it go for at least the first season, and maybe make some changes before the Galactic Championship, which has an Eternal Open. It's a smaller
Hmm.
open; it's only 128 people, but I really do think that they're going to try and let it breathe. And I think that there are a lot of people out there who love brewing up crazy decks,
Yeah.
and they're not going to look at that and say like, "Oh, I'm just going to try and farm with Django." They're actually in that space to build cool decks and come up with cool ideas and execute. So I really do hope that it's not A, all Django, and B, that like we get enough cool things that can stand up to the stronger decks in the format, the Yoda Reds and the Djangos, and that yeah, they at least keep it straight until Galactics, and then if obviously if like everyone if Django's just winning every event or Yoda and Django winning every event, I'm sure that they'll do something, but I just don't think that there are enough Eternal events for there ever to be enough data points to make it like a legitimate ban. It'll be mostly off of feel and vibe of like I no one's playing Eternal because no one wants to get force thrown on turn 1.
Yeah, I think Quinlan actually has some pretty nasty plays in Eternal for sure.
And there was
The
just a one drop that got spoiled from the
From the
Twin
Twin
Suns
Sun
deck.
decks.
Yeah, it's a one drop. It's aggression, vigilance, heroic one drop force unit. It's the guy who jumps up, tries to kill Django, but gets shot. Uh,
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What was it? Was that Coleman
yeah,
Treble? Was
Coleman something. But I was laughing because like, yeah, that guy's good, but he also just like I'm just gonna kill him with an ISB agent. So it'll be just like my favorite scene in the movies. Where like this guy
Man,
tries to
that's
do something cool and Django just takes him out.
maybe that's a little lore synergy that they're setting up, you know?
Yeah, possibly. But I do, yeah, I think Quinlan's really good. I think Yoda Red is actually really, really good. That's a deck that we saw really start to like not even just Red, but just Yoda in general really take a foothold of heroic control decks in Premiere, and giving it force throw back is really good. I mean, Yoda Red was really strong. The guys on your team were running it. Pasqwalle was running it. Dahak was running it. Um, right before Force Throw got banned.
Yeah, I
Because I
think with the
remember
Force
playing
Throw
them.
ban, Yoda really shifted towards command, but Force Throw was a very good card for Yoda Red.
Yes.
Plus, you get Ray. Ray is so good in that deck.
Right. Yeah, I remember having to I played yeah, I played Dahak. Dahak and Pasquale had to play a mirror match in the semifinals of the PQ I won down in Connecticut. And it was scary. I had the yellow Force Throw Maclunky. And it's just not quite as good as the real Force Throw.
Yeah, Maclunky was a very strong card, but Force Throw was maybe in kind of a category of its own.
Oh, for sure. I mean, one got banned and one was played in exactly one deck. So
Yeah. And the Force Throw ban, I think you can still find some people who will say, "Oh, I like the meta better pre-Force Throw ban." But even if you're in that camp, I think you have to agree that Force Throw was an extremely powerful and warping card to the point where it influenced what cards people were putting in other decks.
yeah, I don't really begrudge them for getting rid of it.
Yeah.
That Legends of the Force meta felt interminable. So like having a mix up in the middle, I actually don't mind companies like saying like, you know what, this has just been the same meta for 3 months or whatever. We're just gonna mix things up. We're gonna ban some stuff just to mix things up before the next set. I have absolutely no problem with that. It just presents new challenges, makes your work a little bit harder, and if you're willing to put the work in, you get rewarded.
Yeah. It's definitely something where I think they can generate some interesting shifts in the meta. I think a really good example is actually when set 3 came out. Back when Twilight of the Republic was not actually all that strong a set. In fact, I think it's probably the weakest set the game's ever seen.
Definitely.
But at the same time that it came out, they banned Boba Fett. And I honestly think that banning Boba Fett did more for the meta than releasing Twilight of the Republic did. But we had a really fresh and interesting meta as a result.
Yeah, well, that's because every single villain deck was Boba Fett. He was the best leader in every color, including monocolored. So, like, there was never a reason to look at any other villain leaders ever. And
Boba was a problem.
yeah, but I agree. Like, it was a weaker set. Every time I de-sleeve a bunch of decks, I put all my cards into piles to go back in my long boxes of play sets. And the number of cards that have to go back into the Twilight boxes is always just a small handful. And they're
Yeah,
almost always
it's
cunning.
I really liked that set thematically. I thought it was super cool. I liked the idea of it, but the power level just didn't quite end up being in the right spot. And we certainly saw at least some cards from the set. Also, the leaders were good. Several of those saw play later, you
Yep.
know. But the actual coordinate and exploit and the clone token and droid token strategies unfortunately just didn't make as much of a splash as people were hoping.
Yeah, they were just underpowered. Those clones could have been really cool if they made them actually cheap. Um,
Yeah.
but they just didn't. The stats weren't there, and the costs weren't there.
It's tough. But I think they really learned from that. I feel like spy tokens have seen a bunch more play than clones and droids. TIE fighter
Spies are
tokens have
great.
been big. Even the X-Wing tokens seeing a fair amount of play.
Yeah, we just
So
saw both spies and X-wings in that last match.
yeah, maybe the clones and droids walked so that the spies and X-Wings could run.
I hope that's true. I can't wait to
Yeah.
see what's next. What new thing can I untap with my Arinda Price leader?
She
I
was
hope it's a
what? Ah,
2020.
man. I wonder if there's ever gonna be a really good. I doubt it. I mean, I definitely tried a bit with that. Let me put it like that. Like, I thought the concept of, oh, I have a leader that's gonna be able to ready a token. It's such a cool idea in principle. And looking, I remember looking. What was that card? The one. It's like, I don't know, like unseen, nameless valor. The one where it's a one cost upgrade for +2/+2 and overwhelm, but you can only play it on a token. I
Yep.
remember being like, oh man, I can make like a super token and I can
Combo.
nah. It's
All right,
not
what color
really
is
how this
that? Is
game
that
works.
green? Is
It's
that
green, yeah.
okay? So I want like I want a green Force Ghost event. It's create a copy of a unit that left play this turn. It's a token, right? It's like a blank Force Ghost token. So like like they kill my Crate Dragon and I turn it into a Force Ghost of a Crate Dragon and then I swing for 10 and then I
Oh, that would
untap
be
it with a Rinda
spicy.
Price and I swing for 10 more.
Oh man, yeah, that's and if they
Hire me,
play anything, you
FFG.
blow it up with the Great Dragon text. Yeah.
Well, shout out to
What could go wrong?
shout out to Thrawn in the chat. Bobby and Tower, like it's 2020 Legion. Let's go.
Oh yeah, dude. Star
COVID
Wars
Legion,
Legion.
baby.
That was that man. I haven't played that game in a long time, but I had some really good times with Star Wars Legion.
My first time like experiencing the full tower experience. I think like you cast my whatever the TTS league thing was called. I forget what that was called.
Vader League.
Yeah, you cast like one of my Invader League games or something. Yeah,
Yeah. No, I
come a
mean,
long way.
I did a lot of coverage of like fan events and stuff in
Oh yeah,
Star
you
Wars
were
Legion, and let me tell you something. Casting in Star Wars Unlimited is so much better because the
easier.
games don't take 3 hours and there aren't extended periods where the players just sit there not doing any clear action.
Measure,
Yeah,
measuring again.
yeah. Legion's a fun game, but like the amount of time people spend just like checking line of sight and stuff where there's like nothing legible to the caster about what's happening. I learned a lot of fill time skills from casting Star Wars Legion, I'll tell you that.
Um, yeah, I mean those were good times, but I'm glad we are
Yeah.
where we are.
Oh yeah. And Star Wars Legion has had some really cool stuff. I really enjoy it, but Star Wars Unlimited I'm enjoying much more, which I guess is why I'm here and not casting Invader League. Do they still even do that? I don't even know.
I don't know. I got rid of all my X-Wing, but I still have all my Legion.
Yeah, I still have my rebel army. I sometimes wonder like, if I'll ever get back into that. I could see it if they put out a new edition or something like that. I could see, making a dive back in. But for now Star Wars Unlimited is absolutely my main tabletop game, no question.
Yeah, actually have Legion figures on my desk, like on my computer monitor right here.
Sweet.
My bounty hunter crew, they're all purple and yellow. My friend Nick painted them for me, and my Sabine Wren.
Nice.
They're Boba, Bosk, Cad, IG, and Sabine, all chilling with me every day.
Yeah. The and they have some really good models in that game. The
Uh,
ATST in that game is so cool. I have one of those on my shelf over here for a bit. The
yeah, it's really great.
Yeah, they had some nice stuff. I
Ooh,
think
so
we are gonna have another round for you guys coming
yeah,
up
rounds
soon for
paired.
people who are tired of Bobby and I reminiscing about
Welcome,
some game you may not even have heard of.
welcome to our new podcast.
Yeah, our new podcast. So stay tuned for more here of the Cantina Clash. And Thrawn says, "Dog, you didn't like me speed threeing with a box on Sabine and hiding for 5 turns." Yeah, Sabine Wren recovered the supplies and had some strong options for
Yeah,
just running away with the objective, and your opponent will never see her again.
not the most viewer friendly game.
Yeah, and I mean, we had some hype moments for sure. It can be kind of cool also. One thing that I think was really tight about streaming in Star Wars Legion was you got to like zoom in and highlight important dice rolls.
Oh yeah,
And
drama.
you get you get those situations, and and you can have stuff like that in this game too, but I think that with the kind of added randomness, or at least the amount of dice and stuff that come up, you'd have more of those moments where you're just really seeing how something is going to turn out. Compared to that, Star Wars Unlimited has a lot more things that have like clear kind of defined outcomes, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
You do still have things like, in the pre-rotation meta, it would be like, okay, how many heroism cards is he going to see with for a cause? He really needs to hit at least 3 here or whatever, and that would be cool. But the dice rolls in Legion were a nice opportunity to get stuff like that more commonly.
All right, here we go. We've got Tyler from Maclunky Gaming and Mo the Monster. I believe this is a win and in. This is Swiss round 5.
Yeah. Mo the Monster versus Tyler, Lando Calrissian with City in the Clouds, a thematically appropriate base for Lando, versus Luke Skywalker Data Vault.
Yep, and this is table 4. I'm not positive, but I'm guessing that this is a win and in.
Yeah, it should be interesting here to see. Starting off with the Jedi Starfighter for Luke.
Yeah, so we'll be interested as always. Like every time there's a Lando deck, like what's the composition? Is he gonna be naming vigilance? Is he gonna be naming heroic? Is he gonna be naming cunning? So we'll have to see. It looks like the deck is similar to what we just saw from Glue. They are teammates. But he does lead off with a Yaddle here, so I'm guessing he's gonna be the heroic version.
Yeah, so Yaddle here, very strong opening play. I don't know how many Jedi Tyler is running, but just having a 2-cost 2/4 restore 1 is pretty good in its own right.
Yeah, and
1 damage.
I can see why Tyler's going with a more blue version here. You get a different package. You get to play like these restore Jedi package with Ezra with Yaddle. And you're not locked into the cunning cards as much. And heroic has always been like, one of the stronger aspects.
Ooh, and take a look at that. I believe it's grassroots resistance being revealed, and it does make a credit. So that means that Tyler is calling heroism with his Lando triggers there.
Yep, and this fireball comes in, isn't going to ambush. No,
No,
it
I
is
think I
going to
think it
ambush. Yeah.
ambushes the Jedi Starfighter. This is actually a pretty unfavorable situation for Fireball here
Yes.
because the red 5 that Mo played this turn is just going to be able to attack base and kill Fireball. So that's not really that great for Tyler under these circumstances. In fact, actually, I
And
think it should take another damage so the Jedi Starfighter can attack and kill Fireball.
right, I was going to say you would think that like this would prevent the red 5 from tagging Yaddle here, but it's not because it's just so easily cleaned up by the Jedi Starfighter. I wonder if Tyler just didn't have another play.
Yeah, and it looks like, in light of that, I think we're likely going to see Yaddle actually leaving play this turn, but I spoke too soon because here comes the blue ace to deal with red 5.
Yep, but there was only one exhausted unit in that case, so the Jedi Starfighter is going to ready and can take out the blue leader if it wants to trade.
Yeah, so we could see the trade there. Blue Ace with only 2 HP left. We could
Oh,
also see Mo the Monster send the Jedi Starfighter into base, do the ping on Blue Ace, and then
yep.
use Luke's ping to remove it.
Yeah, I spoke too soon. I thought of it the second the second you started talking. I was like, oh wait, no, that's a much better play.
But we'll have to see what else he does though. And yeah, it looks like that is going to be the line presumably here. Yaddle gets to live another day, continues swinging and restoring.
It
Luke,
seems like Mo has a pretty underwhelming hand. Just a couple small ships, but maybe he's looking to go wide here with Black One and Y Wing.
yeah. Not necessarily the most exciting. In particular, I think one thing that Mo has to be considering here is against a vigilance opponent, deploying Luke onto a unit that costs 3 or less is very risky against the tree remembers. So I think Mo would really like to be developing a 4 or 5 cost ship that he can bring Luke onto in relative safety.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he found one here. It can be you can mitigate that a little bit when you have Synthicaz to get the auto attack on Luke and
Right.
ideally do enough damage that even removing that unit won't be too much of a drawback. But Lando's only got one damage on his base, so Mo has a long way to go here.
Yeah. And Mo does have a fair few units. We do have the potential indirect damage being added by the Red Squadron Y Wing. So there's a fair amount of damage on the board, but nothing too crazy.
Ooh, there's a Black Pack Kanan Jarrus. Oh no, that's a weekly promo Kanan Jarrus. We haven't gotten Black Pack
Yeah,
cards yet.
this is the new and improved weekly promo treatment. I think the previous organized play treatment wasn't necessarily that popular with the players, but they've really improved the look of those cards with the latest set.
Yeah, I think it looks great. These life decks also look amazing.
Yeah. I think here we saw Tyler considering taking some of that indirect damage from the Y Wing onto Kanan Jarrus, but ultimately opted to have it hit the base here instead. It is worth noting that Kanan is a Jedi, so Yaddle able to grant increased restore to Kanan, which is really going to be quite annoying for Mo here, I feel.
Yep, and with that Black One coming down, that means that Mo did not find a 4 or 5 cost ship that he was willing to play and put Luke on to protect from the True Remembers.
Yeah, could be a tough situation here. Might, of course, just risk it, but not necessarily where you want to be as Luke. Here, I think we have a hot shot maneuver being played. That's going to allow Mo to attack with the Jedi Starfighter and deal 2 damage to Yaddle because the Jedi Starfighter does have a on attack ability, and that in turn sets up Luke Skywalker's ping to remove Yaddle from the board and shut off some of that restore that is keeping Tyler's base relatively healthy.
Yep, and Mo deploys another ship, which gives him a really wide space board. But we are about to see the Lando flip turn, and presumably a Liberty to come try and shut this attack wing down.
Another card that would be a huge problem for Mo the Monster here is good old Bo-Katan. I believe it would wipe the entire board and give out 4 experience tokens.
Yeah, that might be a reason to get Luke off, out from behind the leader flip, and it does. And Cinta does come out, allowing Luke to attack right away. So even if the Liberty won't be able to stop it, Bo-Katan won't be able to prevent him from flipping. It does open up Tyler to playing a Mandalorian and being able to capture across arena later in the game, though.
Yeah, so black 1 with Luke. I think we are going to see Bo-Katan here. All the smaller ships are removed. This is also going to soften up Cinta Kaz. She'll be easy to remove with Keenan or Lando here, and that's going to be a lot of experience being given out as well.
Yeah, this is pretty devastating. That black one will be able to, unstoppably hit for another 8, but that's a huge ground force on the ground here, and likely won't be able to outrace, especially since it looks like there is a Liberty um, in Tyler's hand.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation here. Now, and that Luke is potentially vulnerable to the tree remembers. But, Luke on Black 1 is still swinging for a big chunk of damage and has that on attack ability. It's really very threatening. Oh, and there's aggressive negotiations.
Yep. So that is going to do enough damage to put Tyler in check, but Tyler's also showing, you know, 18 damage. So Mo has to find something to stop uh, this onslaught on the ground arena.
Yeah, and we do have Data Vault there. So with the 34 HP, Mo is not quite in range unless Tyler has some other pump, I believe. But both players getting very close to the edge here.
Oh, is he one short because of data ball? Okay, I
I
think.
believe so.
Um,
Or
well,
no, I think he's a little more than because Lando is swinging for 7. Yeah, yes. I think he's 3 short right now. Because 'Cause he'll go up to 31 with a swing from
yeah.
Keenan.
So two short. Data ball's 33. Too short.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I was thinking 34 with, Lake Country.
Yeah, and so he's just going face, and I assume the Liberty's going to come down, and yeah,
Yeah,
just
there's Liberty, and Mo scoops it up, doesn't have a way to get past that. A little tough there, Mo actually mounted something of a comeback. We didn't see Tree Remembers. We saw Luke Skywalker going in there with Sintakaz on Black One, doing a lot of damage, aggressive negotiations to follow up for another big chunk of damage, but it didn't quite get Mo to the finish line.
yep, came up just short. When you're a deck like Lando, it's there aren't a lot of options for bombs, but you do have a couple amazing ones that deal with almost any situation. And when you have 5 turns to find those bombs, you can essentially, you know, pretty consistently find the one that you need to help you in that situation. And being able to have Bo-Katan and Liberty there just completely shut the door. Didn't and Mo came up well short of the 30 damage he needed, even with the aggressive negotiation.
Yeah, didn't quite manage to get there, and this is also one of those situations where honestly, aggressive negotiations, this is a card that's been super hyped up. But in this situation, it wasn't really anything that special. You know what I mean? He just didn't have the cards in hand to get the really big hit from it.
Yeah, it's a great finisher, but
Right.
like a lot of pumps, anytime you have to do it before it's ending the game, You could have been developing. It might be a desperation play. I think where it is really oppressive is when you just look at the number of cards in your hand, you look at how many opponent resources your opponent can spend, and you just say like, this guy can't stop me this turn. Like I am going to start next turn with a unit ready and ready to attack. I'm just going to claim here, and there's nothing they can do. Like hit me for 20, but it's not going to
Yeah.
be enough. I think that's where it gets really crazy.
As an experienced Sabine player, I can say you definitely don't want to be using pumps really early or doing things that are like playing for a cause early and things like that. You want to have those as closers, and early on you want to be developing more units and more threats and trying to get through your opponent's defenses. It was always if you're playing for a cause on turn 2 with that 3 resource turn, that was a very bad sign as Sabine.
Yeah, that always elicited a fist bump, like a little mini internal mental fist bump for me because it just meant that there wasn't some big threat coming out.
Yeah.
And I think ultimately that's what Mo was missing there is just like too many small ships and too easily cleaned up.
Yeah. Well, we'll see whether or not Mo the Monster can put together a stronger performance as we move into the second game of the match. And he did get at least a bit close, but was not quite able to finish it out here against Tyler's Lando Calrissian, which does seem to be built around naming heroism. And Lando's a very interesting leader. I think he's a leader that should be. It'll be interesting to see how he develops. Whether or not people also start playing a bunch of anti-credit tech to try to counter him.
Yeah, and then of course, like there are some decks that are playing that already. We saw Galen Arso on the table last round in a Lander Mirror match. We see that, and cards like Arvel Skeen from Veldex. So I think like it will be something worth playing in the meta. And like I could
Yeah.
even see a Luke deck playing like an Arvel Skeen in the sideboard to start taking those credits out. Because I mean, we're seeing how detrimental it is for Lando to flip with 9 resources on the 6 resource turn.
Yeah, I mean, it can be immensely devastating. That Bo-Katan showing up way early and clearing your whole board is not something that most decks want to deal with. And maybe by attacking the credit tokens, they'd be able to keep Lando off those plays. Now, I do think there are also some of these decks are going to be better poised than others to incorporate credit hate. So Luke Skywalker, Arvel Skeen doesn't really fit in with Luke Skywalker's overall game plan. Might still be worth sideboarding in, but I think it's a much more natural fit for something like Vel, where it, really works with what you're trying to do anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I definitely recommend it, but like I don't recommend letting your opponent have 9 resources
Yeah,
on your leader flip either. So
absolutely. Yeah.
anything to stop the Bo-Katan is something I'm at least going to think about and consider.
Yeah, Bo-Katan and Liberty both extremely big problems for this deck. So we'll see what Luke can do to counter this time. Jedi Starfighter and Tyler leads off with Bail Organa.
Yeah, and this is the second game in a row. But Mulligan's here, and I can't imagine 1-4 is what you want to start out with. But maybe it is because we've seen cards like Fireball and Blue Ace come out of Tyler's deck that he just wants that added HP. I mean, from the unit, but it's just not doing any damage.
Yeah, Jedi Starfighter to me is like the dream card to play against Pilot Vader decks. And aside from that, I often don't want to play it when I'm playing Luke.
Yeah, I'm with you there. But Red 5 is a great one.
Yeah, Red 5, on the other hand, is one of the cards I most want to see when I'm playing Luke. A really, really strong card, very synergistic with Luke's ping damage ability. And hey, that Jedi Starfighter might be paying off because we do see Fireball ambushing it. Honestly, not to that good an effect.
No, and the Luke ability is actually going to clean this unit up before it even gets to untap. So
Yeah. Luke's ping puts another damage on Fireball, and then it's when the regroup phase starts, deal 1 damage to this unit ability is going to kick in and actually remove it from play. So, I think you were right, Bobby, when you said that Jedi Starfighter very relevant into Fireball as a more resilient unit.
yep, and we'll see. In game one, we saw Tyler follow up with a Blue Ace, and we'll see how that works out because I think it looks like there's a Blue Ace in his hand this game as well.
Yeah, we could be seeing a repeat of some of these lines of play that we saw in game one. And I think in game one, that ended up being favorable for Mo the Monster, at least in the short term, but ultimately, Tyler's later plays were still able to take control.
Yeah, I mean those the blue ace just slowed down enough damage that Mo wasn't able to get within that lethal range.
Now, Bail Organa has attacked twice now. In neither case has Tyler discarded a card to make a spy token.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his strategy is there, because the ground should be wide open. These spies are not going to die to anything, so unless he just has like complete gas in his hand that he doesn't want to remove, I feel like this is a perfect matchup to start dropping spies.
Blue Ace does indeed ambush in, clearing red 5, but Mo the Monster is going to go ahead and respond with the Resistance Blue Squadron, dealing 2 damage to Blue Ace and removing it. Resistance Blue Squadron, another card that Luke really wants to see. Really strong card in its own right in a deck with a lot of space units, and it's one of those 4-cost ships that Luke can potentially deploy to without fear of the tree remembers.
Yeah, and the tree remembers is in Tyler's hand right now. I think.
Oh, Blue Ace number 2 hits the field, though, ambushing that Resistance Blue Squadron and getting it off the field.
Yeah,
Now,
the
Mo the Monster could attack base with the Starfighter, ping Blue Ace with the on attack ability, and use Luke's ability to defeat Blue Ace. So the Blue Ace likely not remaining unless Mo allows it to, but that's still a major setback to lose the Blue Squadron there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's gonna have to find another ship to flip his Luke onto, and ideally, he wants to find something that does not cost 3 or less, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and maybe that's also a sign of why Tyler hasn't been discarding to Bail Organa. The Tree Remembers is absolutely a card that is worth holding in this matchup. Looks like it's going to be a hot shot maneuver here from Mo the Monster. 1 damage goes to Blue Ace from the on attack ability. 2 damage from the hot shot maneuver sent to Bail Organa, and now either unit can potentially be pinged off by Luke.
Yeah, and once again, not discarding to make a spy. Presumably, just really likes his hand.
Mo the Monster uses Luke's ability to clear out the damaged Blue Ace Bail Organa on the ground with just 1 HP remaining. Looks like a 4 resource play. Oh, I think it's Pilot Poe maybe? That is
Yeah,
not going to give Luke a ship to deploy onto though. Or I mean it could, but it's not going to be a 4 cost ship.
no, it's it's gonna be a zero cost ship, which is even scarier because it could potentially get cleaned up with like Kanan before it even gets to come out. But Sabine's masterpiece, great ship.
Yeah. Sabine's Masterpiece, definitely a card that can be really annoying, a little slow now that we don't have Energy Conversion Lab to ambush it in, but that effect has only become stronger in a world where multicolor units exist.
But this is the big turn. This is why we play the game to flip our leader and do crazy things. And Lando's sitting on 2 credits, so he's going to have access to 10 once he flips.
I think Tyler is looking pretty ahead right now. We'll see. Have to see how it develops. Fireball ambushes and trades with Sabine's Masterpiece. Does Mo the Monster dare flip Luke onto this Jedi Starfighter? If he does, he may have an unpleasant surprise coming.
Yeah, he may. I mean, this is really spooky. And just Tyler's built this deck. I got the opportunity to cast it yesterday during the team event as well, and just like built the deck to not like it's just not going to lose to space without a fight.
That's going to be Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite. Doesn't have any upgrades to remove, but it's still a unit with some decent stats, and it is a more expensive ship Luke could potentially deploy to, but he would not be able to attack this turn. So it's still not really what you want to be doing. Little bit unfortunate for Mo. This is not lining up the way that he would most like it. Tyler, on the other hand, is looking at 4 resources still left to use and 4 credits as well.
Yeah, that means the Liberty can still come down. Um, you could still play like the Tree Remembers plus a Kane and Jarrus. There's too many things for Mo to play around at this point. He's going to try and delay as many actions as he can, but I think like Tyler can still attack with Lando. There's no rush.
There's Liberty.
Oh, he's just
There's
gonna
no
say, "You know what? You can't get through this. Both of you guys are exhausted now." And if you
So if
try
you're
and
Mo, do you deploy to the ground at this point?
I probably claim an open attack, with a Cinta to
Yeah, okay.
kill the Liberty.
Yeah, jump onto the
But, like, how are you doing damage at that point? Like, you've gotta trade your Luke for a Liberty.
yeah, I mean, it's really not favorable at all here for Mo. I think Tyler has really arrested Mo's momentum. In fact, the situation is so unfavorable that Mo, despite being generally speaking the aggressor in this matchup, is actually a fair bit behind on damage dealt to base. Although that 33 HP data vault means he does have a little bit of extra base HP to deal with. And there's Luke flipping onto Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite. There's Cinta. So we are going to see the immediate attack, but
Yeah, I don't know
the
if you
immediate
saw
attack.
Tyler's hand, but it's Tree Remembers, Bo-Katan, Hyperspace
Now,
Disaster, so,
now,
um
oh, hey, wait a minute. Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite is
Oh,
Saboteur.
Saboteur!
I had actually
Sabotage!
forgotten that it had that, but it's there's some damage on base. That's not bad.
No, it's not bad, but he's taking a lot of damage this turn. And Tyler still has a lot of resources left to play with.
Is Tyler's not in range, is he? No, and also Mo the Monster has not triggered Luke's on attack ability. I'm not entirely sure why.
No, I believe just from reading the chat that he also forgot last game.
Oh, well, that's an important part of playing Luke. Um, so we do see a fair chunk of damage, and with that Saboteur, he's not in range of aggressive negotiations, is he?
Nah,
No,
it
I
looks
don't
like
think
only
so.
3 cards in hand, so we'd be only looking at a +4.
Right.
So just a little short.
Yeah, I mean that's like kind of close to being in range. He could potentially do like aggressive negotiations and then maybe you I don't know, hope that Cinta lives to swing or something. It could be worse, but it's still not very good. Did Tyler not play anything that turn?
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but it's possible if he only had Tree Remembers, Bo-Katan, and Hyperspace Disaster, that he didn't have a reason, like, he didn't have anything to play. He didn't wanna burn Tree
Wow.
Remembers on, like, a 1/4.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate break for Tyler. All of a sudden, Mo the Monster building up a little more momentum. He's still really like behind though. Liberty could swing for lethal, so Luke has to actually attack into Liberty. We do see it looks like Luke still alive with like 1 HP here, I believe. It's
Yep,
like
still alive. Still
plus
kicking.
4 plus 5. You have 5 base HP. You take 9, 1 HP left on Luke. Lando swings for the base. If Lando gets to swing one more time, Tyler will actually win this game while behind on board, which is really not how Lando normally tends to play, but it could happen.
Yeah, that looks like a concession from Mo.
So
Um,
I personally feel that so I'll say this. I don't understand what was going on here. Mo the Monster could have had 6 damage on Lando from Luke's on attack ability. I really don't know why he wasn't triggering it.
yeah, I'm not sure either. And potentially, like, I don't remember how the sequencing went around the flip turn, but it was possible that Luke, because he flipped a turn later, could have potentially pinged Lando at some point for 1 damage.
Now I'm
Um,
second guessing myself. I want to. Is Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite is a fighter? Yeah, it totally is a fighter. I
yeah, it's
was
an Aether
like, "Am
Sprite,
I crazy? Is that a
100%.
transport or something?" I
No,
think
no,
Mo the
no.
Monster may have just forgotten that ability, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I don't know if it would have been enough, but knowing that, like, Luke would survive the hit to the Liberty meant that, like, he could have taken the Liberty out the first turn and lived, put the pressure on Tyler to
Right.
potentially Hyperspace Disaster to get back into it. I mean, I don't know if Mo was like had a chance to win, but it didn't look like he took advantage of every tool he had in that Luke's ability.
Yeah, I think at minimum, if he had used Luke's ability twice on Lando, that's 6 damage on Lando. Now Cinta can take out Lando, and maybe Tyler still has some plays and ends up winning it, but at the very least, Mo would not have had to concede in that sort of situation. Because I
Yeah.
think as it stood, he ended up with no way to kill Lando that turn, and realizing that Tyler would be able to just swing with Lando to close out the game, he conceded. It's very possible Tyler would have had some other plays that would have done a lot of damage, but
Oh,
yeah.
baby. Backup
Now we're on the
match.
backup match. For once, the backup match did not conclude before the main match, and we have Glue from Maclunky Gaming playing another Lando deck against Red Dragon 252, a Maclunky Gaming teammate.
Yeah, and this is a wild board state we're walking into. We've got a lot of force units out on Red Dragon's side, and Qui-Gon, Lando, and Fireball out on the Lando on Glue's side. And Glue's up a game.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation here. Mother Talzin versus Lando, and we're seeing some big plays there. I believe that is a constructed lightsaber on Darth Tyrannus being played. So Tyrannus swinging for 8 damage, a Talzin's Assassin swinging in for another 4 damage, leaving Glue here on just 4 HP on base, and Red Dragon 252 with a lot of units. I think Glue may be scooping it up.
Yeah, it looks like it. Even though I guess like with just 4 left, but he had 4 life left and he had Qui-Gon Jinn out, right? So like he could have dealt with the 2 4 attack units.
Yeah, not entirely sure. Maybe he thought that the other units would be able to finish things out one way or another. That one is going to be a win for Red Dragon 252, and it is now a 1-1. We're going into the third and final game of this match to decide who gets the win here between two McClunky Gaming teammates. Personally, I do not like having to play against teammates earlier in an event, but later in an event, if you're playing against your teammates, at least it means the team's doing well, hopefully.
Yeah, I've had the unfortunate displeasure of having to play my friend Justin several times at the last major events we've been to. We
Ah,
had to
yeah.
play in Arizona in a win and in for top 8.
Oh, that's rough.
At the Arizona sector, he beat me, so he made top 8 and I made top 16. And then we had to play round 1 of our day 2 draft pod at the regional in Milwaukee after playing in Swiss the previous day. So um, it's bittersweet, I'll say that. It's nice, like, I was glad that Justin was gonna get locked for top 8, but it does stink to, like, not have your opportunity to for both of you to do it.
Yeah, it's interesting. The situation where you have to play your friend in a win and in, that's, even if you win, it's a little bittersweet. It's not what you most want to be doing.
Yeah, it's just
And
a tough hit when you fly across the country and you're at this big event and you're, like, having a great day, and then one of you has to go home.
yeah,
It's just not fun.
right. Not great. You really hope that what you really want is, the meeting on the mountaintop where you and your friend play each other in the finals, and
Absolutely.
that's a hype moment. But in the win and in, not as hype, not as hype.
Alright, we're off. We've got Karis, the best play that Talzin can play on turn 1, I think.
Yeah, Karis, very strong card. So 2 cost 2/4. When defeated, you may use the force. If you do, give a unit -2/-2 for this phase. But looks like glue Glue plays Kanan and bounces Karis, and Red Dragon 252 just throws that Karis right back down onto the field.
Yeah, I think, like, looking at his hand, it didn't look like he had anything that great to play. It was just gonna be, like, another 2/4, so, you know, Kanan didn't get a ton of value there, and Glue used his credit, which I don't think, Red Dragon is too upset about because Kanan doesn't really match up that favorably into Karis.
Yeah, with 3 power into a 4 HP unit, Kanan is not able to defeat Karis in one hit. Karis and Kanan could just end up trading here, and it looks like that's what Red Dragon is trying to push things towards, attacking into Kanan with Karis. She's still on the field, and there's Chirrut Imwe, an extremely strong card.
Yeah, exactly what you wanna see against any ground deck. But yeah, I love the attack into the Kanan there by Karis because now if Glue does find a way to kill the Karis, without Kanan, Kanan will still go down, to her ability.
Right. And now we see Glue using the Commence Patrol that we saw earlier in this event. So this is going to create an X-Wing token
I think that's a
and
World's
give.
X-Wing token, isn't it? That's a nice one.
Yeah, that might be very cool. Very cool. And that opens up a little bit of threat in the space arena. And now we see Jam Communications, I believe, being played.
Oh, and it hits. Hold for questioning. Great card.
Yeah. Hold for questioning. Jam Communications looks at the opponent's hand and discards a card from it for only one resource, but that card has to be an event, which means Jam Communications does have a decent miss chance.
Yep, but it hits there, and we see that Red Dragon is holding a Condemn, a Vader, and a Talzin's Assassin.
Yeah, and it looks like I think we also saw a Lando trigger that turn, generating another credit token. So Red Dragon getting set up again, and there's a nice 2 for 1. So we see Karis swing on in, trade with Kanan, and then the when defeated effect gives -2/-2 to clear the X-Wing token as well.
Yeah, and Red Dragon doesn't have an amazing hand to just like push damage this turn. He doesn't really want to play the Talzin's Assassin without defeating something. Um, but Glue gives him something to work at, and uh, this Talzin's Assassin is going to be able to clear that Galen. We're gonna see. Oh, he's okay. He's putting the Talzin into the
It looks like
Galen.
Mother Talzin is clearing out Galen Urso here. So the -1/-1 from the leader ability, bringing him down to 4 HP, and then a normal swing into
Yeah,
Galen with yeah, a little odd there. I think.
yeah, he could have done 3 damage and then just cleared it with the last 3 with the Talzin's Assassin after Mother Talzin did -2/-2.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a reason that he really wants to preserve the force token here. That's I think the only upside to that line compared to sending Talzin to the base and then using the force with Talzin's
Oh,
assassin to
I'm
clear.
getting a message from Tim that, Galen actually called Talzin's Assassin, so it had to be.
Oh, there we go. So Galen prevented Talzin's assassin ability from being used and forced Red Dragon into that less efficient line. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, we should have thought about what they called.
That is
We're
true. I
used to the
had
Galen in the mirror where they're naming credits and stuff.
Yeah. So interesting situation there. Ultimately, Talzin's still able to deal with that. There now we see Lando flipping, making more credits, only to have a condemn thrown on there. But here comes Qui-Gon Jinn.
Yep, and ultimately, Qui-Gon is, gonna be, like, one of those few units that actually take out Chirrut.
Yeah. Qui-Gon clears Chirrut, even though Red Dragon 252 does have the Force, it's not going to be enough. And then Talzin's assassin trades for Qui-Gon so that when defeated effect doesn't get any value. Lando tries to swing, and Red Dragon shows, I believe that was a Darth Vader in hand. So the condemn is active and no damage gets through. And now Talzin swings to base and brings out Darth Treya.
Yeah, Treya, not ideal, late in the game, really, thrives early in the game when she can ready Talzin and let you -2/-2 things.
Yep.
Which when combined with attacks can really decimate an opponent's board. But we are moving into this later phase of the game where the Darth Vader that Red Dragon 252 has been holding in his hand maybe takes over, especially if he can find a Sheehan Flurry.
Yeah, and this is an interesting situation here, with Darth Treya actually being less relevant here than if Red Dragon's leader were to be defeated, because the on attack ability there readies a non-unit leader. So when your leader is on the field, this actually isn't very helpful. It's just a 3 cost 2/5. But when your leader's off the field, there's really a lot of potential value there. Liberty, that big closer unit showing up and exhausting Talzin. So now we just have Lando with Condemn versus Darth Treya.
Yep, and some really good cards in hand for Red Dragon. He's got Vader, he's got No Glory, and he's got the Cantwell Disruptor Cruiser, the lockdown card.
Yeah. Can't well arrest her cruiser. Very annoying card in its own right. Vader hits the field here. There's no Sheehan Flurry, I think. So we're just seeing
He just
Vader.
drew it.
Yeah, a little late. I think he had a resource up for it too, but
Yeah, if he had
the
decided to go with the Cantwell there instead, he would have the Sheehan here, which
Ooh,
would be nice.
yeah, awkward. But Vader's still potentially poised to clear out Liberty. The problem is Liberty can swing first and exhaust Vader.
Yeah, it just and get rid of the shield. So like it didn't
Oh,
really work out as well as Red Dragon would have hoped.
we do see no glory only results being played to remove Liberty. And the board now pretty favorable for Red Dragon, but here comes the Mandalorian ambushing and defeating Talzin. And I suspect Vader will be captured as well. That is exactly right. So now Red Dragon just claiming rather than swinging with Treya. Glue swings, but we see old Daka disclosed there. So Condemn still active.
Yeah, but it looks like Red Dragon put the Sheehan Flurry down and then drew Vader. So it seems like everything is just like in very small ways not going his way. And
Yeah,
I'm
that is an awkward lineup for Red Dragon. Now Glue's the one with the board advantage. There's the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser, though, disclosing Old Daka and Chirrut Imwe. So that is going to exhaust the Mandalorian, and the Mandalorian can't ready unless Glue finds a way to remove the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser from the field.
Yeah, and I do think that if Red Dragon had led with the Cantwell Cruiser and sequenced his plays a little bit differently, he could be looking at a much more favorable board state. But right now, he's got to focus on getting the damage across and holding off these massive units that Lando's able to drop turn after turn once he's flipped.
Another copy of Liberty hits the field, and Red Dragon, I believe, just taking initiative as Treya, even if she wanted to attack, has been exhausted.
All right, we'll see
Awkward
if
spot once again to
Red
not
Dragon
have that
has
big
removal.
ambush play. Shatterpoint, that's a nice answer.
Yeah, great card. And Talzin, one of the best leaders to be able to utilize it.
Shatterpoint was already a very strong removal piece, even pre-rotation for Force decks. And now that many other removal options have been removed, I think the card really excels. Qui-Gon Jinn ambushes in, defeating Darth Treya. The Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser still on the field and is going to take a swing in space, which I believe means Glue will now have actually more damage on the base than Red Dragon, but is also running a 30 HP. And Grassroots Resistance damages the Arrestor Cruiser a bit
Those
and heals the base for
Ewok
3.
bows shoot really far.
Yeah, the Ewoks shooting arrows all the way up into space there, but not enough to remove the cruiser outright, but might set it up for some extra damage later on. Not keeping those Sheehan flurries is ironically, I guess not ironically, but it's one of those moments where you end up sort of kicking yourself where you have one
Yeah.
piece but not the other, you resource it, and then you draw the other part of the combo, and you're like, oh rip. And I think that's happened twice now.
Yeah, and I think that this is a deck that doesn't need to continue to resource. Like it can actually stop resourcing and start playing two things without it. But this ground this ground armada is getting pretty silly. And that
Bo-Katan shows up
yeah.
and Chirrut swings for 0, and then the swing for 0 does give the force token though, so it's not completely wasted.
But
Another
the
jam
Shatterpoint he wanted to
communications.
play Shatterpoint and he's not gonna be able to do it.
No, it gets jammed. But here we see an ambush from the Stranger against the Mandalorian. The Stranger opting to take the damage first to power up Grit, removes the Mandalorian, and that brings Darth Vader back onto the field.
Yeah, this has been an interesting sequence of events. The Bo-Katan actually prevented Qui-Gon from dying, which meant his ability didn't go off. And now Red Dragon can take initiative to make sure he could get some sort of attack in the ground arena. But he still has Bo-Katan to contend with, which is one of the toughest units to deal with. And that jam on the Shatterpoint was really, really massive.
It's a really funny situation, Bobby. In just a few sets, we've seen Vigilance, Cunning, Heroism go from having extremely little endgame to having some of the best endgame cards in the entire format.
Yeah, I mean, the whole landscape of best endgame has really shifted. If you go on any deck builder and sort by highest cost, and you look at what the options are for some of these decks, especially these Lando decks who are stuck in certain aspects, if they want to have his leader ability be consistent. The options are pretty slim.
Yeah. In the past, villainy really had some of the most premium cards, but like, what is your closer now in a vigilance villainy deck? There's no Avenger. You don't have that like super high. Okay, okay. Technically, you have the super high end of Annihilator, but that's not a realistic card in a
It's
lot
a
of games.
long way to go. I'll tell you what I've been using Tower in my blue green villain control decks, and that's the Purgle King.
That's what?
The Purgle King.
The Purgle King?
Yeah, 4/12, draw a bunch of cards, restore 4. That's my Star
Wait,
Destroyer.
it's are you trolling me or not?
No. No,
That's
but let's
actually
get back
kind
to
of
the
tight.
game. It is
Okay,
really
yeah, yeah,
good.
that's fair. That's fair. Okay, we're
Okay.
back to the game. We're
Never
not
mind, the
talking
game's
about the
over.
Purgle King. We okay, so
Red
we still
Dragon
have the
scoops it up.
Cantwell, we still have the Stranger, we still have that, but ultimately Red Dragon doesn't have a way to deal with that Bo-Katan, and it is going to be Glue's victory.
Yep. No way to stop that attack. Ultimately, I think what I mean, there's a lot of back and forth there, but that the jam communications, hitting the hold for questioning, hitting the shatter point. Um,
Losing that second shatter point was pretty tough because that actually is his best answer to Bo-Katan by a lot, I think.
yeah,
And
and it was his only answer in his hand, so he absolutely had to have it, and it was a perfectly played jam. So well done by Glue.
yeah, and ultimately the remaining board was not able to really put something together to stop Bo. And she's just very, very powerful and really a card that I expect to see a lot more of in this new post rotation world. I gotta
Well,
ask you
talent.
though, Bobby, are you actually
What's
playing the Purgle King?
Yeah, in my Aura Sing villain control deck. Aura Sing flips. She's got 7 HP. Lando
Okay.
unit has 7 HP. Purgle King has 7 HP. I end up drawing like 2 or 3 cards.
Okay.
And then it restores 4. Restores really good.
No, I mean, I guess no reinforcement walker, so maybe the Purgle King is the new big restore option.
Don't hate my tech. This stream just got toxic.
12 HP though, that's a very difficult thing for a lot of decks to deal with.
Yeah, I love it. I don't think it works in every deck, but in Aura it's pretty good, so I recommend giving it a shot if you sleeve her up.
Yeah. I
But
think
I gotta
that
say,
also has a
Tower,
high chance of being a card that makes your opponent read what it does, which is always a nice feeling.
that's the best. That's the fist pump move. All right. You're streaming the rest of the way, the entire top 8, with Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew.
Yes,
Correct?
I believe so.
Great. Well, it's been a pleasure. It's been great talking to you. I'm glad we
Yeah,
launched
yeah.
our new podcast in between rounds.
Yeah,
And
new podcast in between rounds where we reminisce about Star Wars Legion games taking 3 hours.
yeah, for 3 hours we did it. All right. It's been real. Good luck to all the competitors, and yeah, good luck in the top 8. And I'm excited to listen to you guys cast it.
Yeah. Any things you want to plug or shout outs you want to do before leaving the stream?
Oh yeah, sure. I'll shout out KTOD. Check us out on YouTube. We've got a cool podcast called the SWU Hype Train. We talk about how great SWU is every week. That drops on Fridays. I hope to interview the winner of this event, maybe a couple people from this event, on my podcast show, Show Me Your Deck, which will return to for season 2. Ideally in the next 2 weeks, depending on who I can wrangle for an interview, and then yeah, look for Django Fett at your next Eternal PQ.
Yeah. Bet you better watch out for Jango Fett and you better watch out for the Purgle King too. You heard it here first, man.
Guys, good. You wait. I hope that you get to cast one of my games of me drawing off Pearl King, and you'll remember this moment.
I will be hyped if I see a big value Purgle King on the stream. It would be really sweet.
All right.
All right. That's BobbySapphire. Thank you so much for coming on and casting here. The current world #1 on the Star Wars Unlimited leaderboard, folks. I'm TowerNumber9, and we're going to take a short break before coming back to you with more from the Cantina Clash event brought to you by Maclunky Gaming and Top Deck Games. What's going on, guys? TowerNumber9 here. I am joined by Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew, and we are here to bring you the top 8 of the Cantina Clash event brought to you by Maclunky Gaming and Top Net Deck Games. Jordan, how you doing?
Doing great. Great day of SWU, great weekend of SWU. We have a really interesting mix of top eight here. We have a Lando, a Thrawn, Enfys Nest, and an Aura Singh playing control. So a really solid, eclectic mix of what SWU could offer, especially this early in a meta. Personally, I'm a little surprised to see Aura up to this place. Obviously, the common notion is that control early on is always pretty tough because you don't know what you're controlling for. Somehow today, Kieran made it work.
Yeah, it should be pretty interesting to see how Kieran does with the Aura Sing deck here. And I think really a nice mix of pre existing leaders and new leaders. You know, we have Grand Admiral Thrawn, Darth Vader, Mother Talzin from previous sets. And then we actually have several Lawless Time leaders. So we have two Landos, that Aura Sing, Chewbacca, and Enfys Nest.
Yeah, I don't know if any of you have caught the Enfys match from earlier today, but some really interesting tech in there with some Razor Crest bouncing and the typical Enfys shenanigans with doubling helmet triggers and stuff like that. So cool stuff. We also have this Thrawn Red we saw on stream in round two today. Really aggressive version. Had some great matches against the aforementioned Kieran on Orsing in round two.
Yeah, should be interesting to. Should be interesting to see how things are going to develop from here. I think the looking at these, I think that we have a range of leaders, we have a range of bases. One thing that I am noticing is it does seem like there are a lot of 30 HP bases here.
Yeah, a lot less pilot decks as well. Obviously, we have one Vader who
Vader,
cracked the top eight here, but yesterday it was basically at least one pilot deck per team out of our 25. It wasn't actually 25 out of 25, but getting close to it. Also seeing quite a bit of Talzin and Lando on stream today in the various rounds. Seems like obviously some very good players playing Lando and Talzin respectively, but I think a great weekend for Lando so far.
yeah, and the Luke Skywalker Data Vault deck that has definitely been out there. We saw it a bit in the team event yesterday, and it's definitely been talked up a lot, but it was not actually able to make the top 8 here.
Yeah, not a single Boba pilot leader in the field as well.
Okay, well, here we go. We are getting set up. We're gonna have RT Chomp, who is fielding Chewbacca versus Kieran with that Aura Sing. So it's gonna be a battle of two exciting new leaders from Lawless Time, and I think these are actually gonna be pretty sweet.
Yeah, I
The
mean, you have two pretty clashing leaders, two clashing
Right.
styles. We've seen Chewbacca piloted extremely well today, this whole weekend. Whether it's top end going, just as fast as you want to, or playing a little bit of a control role, as we saw in round one today. But really, two conflicting styles, and we have to see if Aura has enough stall in her, enough removal to get to that point of stabilization before Chewie kind of runs out of gas.
Yeah, should be interesting. Chewbacca, much more the aggressor, and needs to be the beatdown here. Aura Singh, more of a control role. I think we are about to get started here. RT Chomp versus Kieran. I think the players are putting those. I believe those were the deck lists there that they are currently reviewing.
Mhm. And then
Is
for
something
anybody
that you get to do in the
wondering,
top cut.
our backup match is going to be that Grand Admiral Thrawn red splash base that we saw versus another Lando blue Colossus.
Cool. Yeah, should be interesting. I think we saw the Lando Blue Colossus winning the Lando mirror earlier. Um, Not sure that Colossus was necessarily the decisive factor there, but Lando definitely an interesting pick and a control leader that has. I mean, not necessarily control, but I think at least the Lando decks that I've seen do tend to skew into using those credit tokens to bring out powerful endgame units a little early.
Yeah, I mean, it's a late game deck for sure, regardless if
Yeah.
it's control, soft control, mid range. It doesn't really matter. It's just you're going late. So we'll see how fast or how slow this game goes. If it's according to Kieran, probably a little longer than RT Chomp would like. So hopefully we get an action packed or as close to it round of two as we can for the top eight here. We're exchanging decks. Looks like the deck lists are off the table, hopefully out of sight as well. And we're diving right in.
Yeah, they're cutting the decks here. So Chewbacca is a leader that I've actually played with quite a bit. Kind of a successor to the cunning, aggression, heroism decks that we saw previously. I think the most notable one probably being Cunning Sabine, but there were some other things that people used in those aspect combinations. Chewbacca has one very interesting thing going for him, which is that he, unlike almost every other leader in the game, does not deploy for free. Instead, you have to pay 4 resources to deploy him, but in exchange, he has extremely powerful stats, much above what you would see from most leaders in the game. Even like leaders that would deploy many turns later than him often have inferior stats. So Chewbacca is actually a 5/6 and deploys on 4 resources, but you do have to spend 4 resources in order to do that.
And here we go. We start off with a Karasnemic from RT Chomp and then a Claim from Aura. Not many turn one plays in this Aura deck, that's for sure.
Yeah, Nemec into nothing is definitely a start that I think an aggro player likes to see.
Knowledge and Defense, clean up that Nemec, see if Chomp has the Disclose. He does. It's red 5. Here comes that readied Spy to potentially come on
Kar-
board here. Got the credits
Karis
ready,
Nemec,
but
one of the best opening plays for an aggro deck because of just this sort of situation. Even if the opponent has a removal piece to answer him, he develops another unit as long as you can hit that disclose.
and that's really what the key is here to beat decks like Aura that are just trying to use event-based removal. They remove one, you play two, and kind of just over and over. So we're going on to resource 4 here, Aura sitting at 2. So could be worse.
Yeah, I think RT Chomp is not too unhappy with this, got to swing in with the spy and played red 5 as well. On the other hand, Knowledge and Defense does draw a card, so Kieran isn't at necessarily a card disadvantage there. We'll have to see how things continue.
It's with our first charge with treason, deal 5 damage. After a disclosed double aggression, we see a Devastator and Planetary taking out that red 5, I assume. Yep.
Devastator and Planetary Bombardment are some very scary options if Kieran can get to a later game, but that is a big if, I think, against this aggressive Chewy build.
Yep. Think we might get a pass from Kieran here, or maybe a claim. 5 more.
But yeah, there's that 4 resources spent to deploy the leader. It's a little pricey, but Chewy swinging for 5 is quite nice. So that was a total of 7 damage out of that turn between Chewbacca and the spy token. And now we're moving on to the 5 resource turn. RT Chomp has yet to use Chewbacca's actual ability, so Chewy can defeat a friendly resource to deal 2 damage to a unit and create a credit token.
Condemn coming down on that Chewy. And like you mentioned, I was just thinking that Kieran really hasn't given an opportunity for that type of action to happen yet.
Yeah,
There's
I
no
mean,
units on the board.
what would the target be? There hasn't been a single unit on the board for Kieran. This condemn on Chewy maybe going to hamper him. Oh, but Sabine Wren shows up to get rid of it.
Very good play. Looks like he is also holding on to that Outer Rim Constable as well. So another condemn will meet the same fate. 16 to base.
Kieran, in kind of a desperate situation here. The only play that turn was the condemn, didn't have anything to do with the remaining 2 resources, and condemn was immediately countered by Sabine Wren. So Kieran left with not very much base HP remaining, only 14. And I think it is entirely conceivable that RT Chomp actually has lethal this turn if we see some kind of attack pump.
Yeah, so it's presenting 13 right now, just currently 1 short.
I know in my Chewy deck I have a few options for attack pumps. Commence the festivities. You could potentially be playing aggressive negotiations. That's a nice play for Kieran to some extent.
Yeah,
Lost and
Lost and
forgotten.
Forgotten. Gets him a little bit out of range, goes back up to 15 after that spy.
But
5
Lost
more
and
from
Forgotten is
Chewie.
also 6 resources. There's not gonna be a lot else that Kieran can do this turn. The Spy, Chewie, and the N1 are all going to get in and bring Kieran even closer to being defeated here.
Yeah, let's keep in mind that RT Chomp hasn't spent a single resource yet either. Here they come.
Pilot Han, so that's gonna actually be 5 damage. Now an attack from either the N1 or Chewie closes the game.
Karis making additional spies as well. We're really far away from that board wipe turn at 8. Looking pretty
Yeah,
bleak for Kieran
I
in game 1 here.
I think that Devastator and Planetary Bombardment are not going to be seen play this game. I think this one is gonna end before that can happen. Kieran also not having any chance to use Aura Singh's ability to defeat a unit that has 1 HP, just has not had any scenario where there is a 1 HP unit, and I think we're seeing a scoop.
That'll do it. Taken into game 2 way too fast for really Aura to keep up with without being able to develop any sort of defensive roadblocks. Didn't run into any of their droid laser turrets. I'm not sure if that's an end all be all answer here, Tower, but it's something that could maybe slow down the barrage a little bit.
Yeah, I think it was a tough one there for Kieran for sure. It felt like basically the only thing Kieran did was play 1-for-1 removal and try to condemn Chewie. And the 1-for-1 removal isn't really that efficient against this. And then the condemn on Chewie was quickly removed by Sabine. And that really put Kieran in a bad spot. I don't think he played a single unit. I don't think he ever used Aura's ability. So really, as an aggro player, that's the type of game that you like to see, playing against a control deck that is sort of inefficiently removing your guys while you just put on more and more pressure.
100%. And I think that goes to show the strength of this Chewy leader, man. Like we've seen a lot of different games with Chewy on stream this weekend from different players. Some able to go a little bit longer, playing in a little bit of mid-range style, using Chewy's ability to great effect. And then we see that game where a Chewy's ability wasn't activated once and just plowed to base.
Yeah. All right. So now we're going to see Archie Chomp versus Kieran. Round 2. Let's see if Kieran can maybe bring in some sideboard options or something, get some more ways to stop the aggression here, because if he cannot, RT Chomp is going to run away with this thing.
Well, realistically speaking, it has a few dead cards for sure. I saw him siding out Annihilator, which makes a lot of sense. You have absolutely no chance of getting to 11 here. So you have probably an easy sideboard choice here. I'll pull up the list now to see what he might potentially be bringing in. In his sideboard, he's got a direct hit, piercing shot, the tree remembers, shoot down, all pretty slow things. Galen as well. Nothing to really stop that early game from taking hand. Obviously, True Remembers could be helpful, but it's really just a little bit too pure of an answer with Chewbacca.
Yeah. I think I think there are some situations here where you really want to have options that can potentially slow down multiple units at once, things that are going to be difficult to deal with. But the thing is, the Chewbacca leader flip is so strong, there aren't even necessarily all that many of them. Most ground sentinels fold to Chewbacca pretty fast. Even cards that are like kind of infamously strong, like Chirrut or Typho, where they have like very, very strong abilities to go along with Sentinel, or in Typho's case, very good stats and a pretty good ability. Chewie can actually just deal with those and stay on the board. And this is very different from what I think some more control oriented players might be used to, simply because, you look at, if you were playing like a Sabine deck, playing Chirrut could slow that deck down hugely. But
Yeah.
against Chewie, he can just kill Chirrut. Chewie can swing into Chirrut, use his on attack ability to do 2 damage, then hit for 3. So even with the reduction, that's going to be lethal. And if you don't have a force token, he can just attack and do 5 damage to just clear Chirrut without even using his ability. It's a big problem. So Kieran is, I think, going to have his work cut out for him a bit trying to stop RT Chomp here.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point too with the notion of different sentinels. That 5 HP cutoff is very big in the middle game, and again with Charge of Treason lining up well into those sentinels. On the Chewy side, sideboard wise, really not much that I think Chomp will be bringing in here. He's already pretty tacked for this type of matchup. System Shock as another piece of upgrade 8, already running 3 outer rims, so might have hit that supply of upgrade hate that he feels confident with, especially at this length of game where he's hoping not to go super long here. So we'll see if game 2 could go a little bit smoother for Kieran. Really does need to get a little bit of a better start and not as heavy of the hand, that's for sure.
Yeah, one note that I will say is that while Outer Rim Smuggler can still be a great answer to something like Condemn, Aura Sing's leader ability does mean that you're getting a lot less value out of that body than you would in a lot of other decks because Aura can simply take an action and kill that unit outright.
Sure. I think I'll take that over not being able to swing 5 with Chewy though.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And I mean, that's kind of the funny thing also. And this is really the thing about upgrade removal. Upgrade removal in this game is very efficient compared to unit removal. So even in a scenario where you play out that Outer Rim Smuggler and Aura immediately kills it, you're actually up because you spent 2 resources and they spent 3 resources. They spent 3 for Condemn, you spent 2 for the Smuggler, and they had to take another action as well. So even in that scenario, which is almost the worst possible situation for the smuggler, dying immediately to your opponent's leader ability with no value out of the unit, you're still actually up on that because upgrade removal is very efficient in this game.
Absolutely.
And
And I think this Aura deck has a tough time with efficiency because a lot of the great removal that we had in the past is gone. You have a lot of damage based removal that serves different purposes. For instance, we saw him play Piercing Shot earlier in the game. That's really good for shielded units. You have Let's Call It War for other purposes. So there are enough cards to make this type of deck work, but it is there are points in which you're just going to get outgassed. And I think especially early in the meta, it's challenging to have this type of list.
yeah, the one thing that I will say about Aura is that she does become incredibly super efficient if your opponent's deck is using 1 HP units naturally. So, if your opponent is playing like Leppy Lookout or whatever, and you just kill it with your leader, or maybe they just don't even bother to play it.
Sure.
But in those sorts of situations, Aura is actually really, really good. The problem is I don't think this Chewy deck is one that's reliant on one HP units.
Yeah, and that 1 HP threshold is pretty tough in the meta or the expected meta as we're seeing, because Towson's being played as well, probably at a higher rate than Aura we could expect to see on a week to week basis. So just some general fear with that type of unit.
Yeah. And I think it'll be pretty interesting to see how this second game goes. Definitely Kieran can remove some of those heavy end game cards that just aren't really going to get a chance to do anything. RT Chomp, like you suggested, Jordan, probably making fewer changes. One other thing that Kieran can potentially bring in, I don't know if it's in the sideboard here, but credit hate can potentially be useful against Chewy. However, it really depends, and Chewy is usually only making credits if the opponent is bringing out units for Chewy to use the leader ability and on attack ability on. So if Kieran continues to play a low unit strategy, it's not actually clear that credit hate would necessarily be that good.
He is running Galen in the sideboard, so that certainly is an option.
Yeah.
Sometimes hard to protect. Maybe you could put a droid laser turret in front of him and buy some time potentially.
Yeah, I think the ideal for a credit hate is like on that 4 resource turn, a thing that Chewy sometimes really likes to do is to use the leader ability before deploying, and then you can still deploy there by using the credit that you generated with the leader ability to pay for the deployment. But if you set that up and then the opponent removes or blanks your credit, and now you only have 3 resources and can't flip Chewy, that can be a major setback.
100%. And that's the type of tempo advantage I think this Aura deck's going to have to try to create to slow Chewy's onslaught down.
Okay, so now we have resource decisions being made here. We're about to move into that second round. Let's see how we do.
Kieran
Kieran,
taking this time here for sure.
y-
It's an important resource. This is it.
yeah,
Top 8. You don't want to. be rushed by any external forces, including us.
Resource decisions can be really, really important. I know I, for one, have lost games based on resourcing the wrong card. Hey, here's a card that might be a little better for Kieran, though. Fireball shows up. So Fireball does 1 damage to itself at the end of the regroup phase. And that means that after next turn, this is going to be a 3-1, and that's going to be in range of Aura Singh's leader ability.
Yeah, we'll see if Kieran opts to take care of the fireball to save some damage, or if he waits a little bit.
Laser
Opts to go
turret.
with that laser turret. Good start there. Takes 3 to base.
Yeah, Fireball, I think really not the opening play that RT Chomp wanted to see here. And maybe now thinking about how best to navigate. It is going to take 1 damage at the end of this turn. What would have been really nice is like a Han Solo pilot here to buy you some more time, because now Kieran can just use Aura and get a unit off the board essentially for free.
Yeah. Had some nice space options, including red 5 there. Opts to go with the Ebenhawk. Very good. The only weakness here versus Aura is you have to assume that he's running, and you've seen the list, so let's call it war. Could be a little bit of a blowout, but again,
Oh, yeah.
the 2 HP is set up pretty nice for Aura to use her ability to try to gain that efficiency. I would imagine Kieran's thinking about how, like, what could make this game different than last game. And last game, I think
Right.
one of the things that stands out is that it wasn't efficient. How could he change that moving forward?
Yeah, Ebon Hawk here is a substantial threat. Uh, if RT Chomp can disclose heroism, that unit can swing for 5, which is really quite nasty. Let's see if Kieran has an answer. Shoot down.
Shoot down 3 damage to that, 2 damage to base.
Does mean that there's going to be a window for Fireball to attack here. Oh, and look at that.
Ooh. 5 to base for that Han pilot. A little bit of a punish for not taking care of it that way, but can't predict everything.
Yeah, really unfavorable development there, I think, for Kieran. Kind of a tough one, too. Could have used Aura's ability first, but I don't know. I mean, if Kieran uses Aura's ability first, RT Chomp could still play that Han Solo onto Ebon Hawk. Oh, and take a look at this.
They hate that ship to take out both tie tokens made with that card with the B-Wing Skirmisher. Really cool combo there.
Yeah, this is a combo that this Chewbacca deck really likes. They hate that ship allows you to play a vehicle essentially for 2 less. It's 3 less, but they hate that ship costs 1. And then the downside is that it gives the opponent 2 ready TIE fighter tokens. But when you pair that with the B-Wing Skirmisher, the when played ability of the Skirmisher can be used to ping off the tokens. So it's essentially a 2 cost 4/4 if you use they hate that ship for the Skirmisher, the downside being completely mitigated.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Kieran here, he's got the ground sentinel differently to game one, but now there's this space on slot to deal with. B-Wing Skirmisher really strong here, 4 and 4. I don't think there's a single removal card that he could play that will take care of both at the same time. So gonna have to do one. 3 HP remaining on the fireball.
Oh yeah, and I think there's there's the removal for Fireball.
And return 4 to base, bringing Aura up to 12. Still have this Chewy flip incoming if Chomp wants it.
Yeah, and I believe that was a piercing shot that we saw, defeating all shield tokens on a unit and dealing 3 damage, which was enough to clear Fireball thanks to its self-inflicted damage.
Yep. And then 2 damage from that laser turret. We're going to get that Chewy deploy here.
Chewbacca potentially able to defeat this unit in one attack if he swings into it, uses his on attack ability to clear the shield, but he doesn't even
But he's
have to.
ignoring it. He's just going straight to base with that buff from Commence Festivities, destroying a resource first, defeating the shield, and then he'll push for 7.
Yeah, so commence the festivities. You attack with the unit and gain Saboteur for this attack. If you control fewer resources than an opponent, it gets +2 power for this attack. And what are they discussing here? Oh,
So
I
I guess
think
the
I think
question
they're
is
pointing
does
out.
the +2 get applied or nullified before or after the resource is being destroyed? I'm not sure about that flow.
Yeah, I could be wrong on this, but I believe those sorts of effects are counted when you first activate. So I
Yeah.
think in this situation it would not actually be the +2, but I think I think RT Chomp actually had a line that would have allowed it, which would be using Chewie's leader ability before flip to knock the shield off. Then you flip, now you're down one resource, and then you can do commence the festivities for the bonus stats and actually use the on attack ability to clear out the turret outright. So
Yeah.
I think that probably would have been a stronger line, but I believe the way he played it, he does not get the +2.
Yeah, he does get the sab though, so still 5 to base. I agree with you though, especially with Aura taking an initiative there, action wise, you would have been able to churn that out a little bit. Shield still does go awry, and now we're back to 4 resources plus a credit on RT Chomp side.
Yeah, and the commence the festivities part of that was like a little complicated. It's a little technical how these things work, but I do think that it might have been a desirable line even without that, just to get the shielded laser turret off the field.
Yeah, and you're getting damage, and 5 damage isn't nothing.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so 13 HP left for Kieran. The laser turret there still in position to hold off Chewbacca if there isn't another commence the festivities.
There is a lost and forgotten defeating that B-wing skirmisher and healing 3 down to 14 for Kieran.
That's a much better lost and forgotten than the one that we saw last game. I think last time you played this card to kill like Sabine, which was not only a lower value unit being removed, but was also, bad just bad in the context of a swarm, but here he uses it to kill the lone space unit, which is a lot more value.
And we got Han coming down to clear that turret behind. 5 damage from Chewie. 19 for Kieran now, getting back up to where we could have been from that commenced festivities.
Yeah, RT Chomp is pushing a little slower this game compared to the first game. Still has managed to inflict a lot of damage on base. And in fact, if we have another pump, we could have lethal this turn. However, Kieran is getting up to those higher resources this time, and some of the more powerful later gameplays may start kicking in soon.
Going into that aura flip turn, so the kill on Han pilot is online.
Here we go. Kieran with the initiative. When Aura Sting deploys, you may defeat a non-leader unit with 5 or less remaining HP. So all Kieran has to do here is flip, remove that Han, and then it would be only Chewie left. But Chewie could still be a nice chunk of damage onto Kieran's base.
Can you afford to take 4 here from Han?
I think if you have something that stops Chewie, you might. But like, I really want the opponent's units off the field here.
Looks like that's a
Ooh,
Cantwell
yeah, that's
disclosing SRI and no glory to exhaust Chewie. Big swing there.
Yeah, this is really quite good for Kieran. So the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser is going to exhaust Chewie and prevent him from readying as long as the Cantwell remains in play. I'm not sure the Chewie deck has any great answers to a Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser, and then Kieran can flip Aura afterwards to clear Han.
That's just what happens. We get another one played down. Looks like no ambush.
I think RT Chomp's momentum is really slowing here. Kieran takes the initiative. RT Chomp only has one threat. It's that copy of Han. Aura Singh can't defeat him with an attack, but I have to imagine Kieran might have some removal here.
Yeah, and Cantwell's out of beguile range. I'll take a look to see if I can pull up what RT Chomp's running in terms of bounce. I doubt there's any removal to take care of this.
Yeah, so the Cantwell is essentially locking down Chewie, and it's not doing so with an upgrade. So even if RT Chomp has upgrade removal, it doesn't help here.
Ooh, and now we're getting the charge with treason, disclosing double red to take care of Han. Here's a sheath feed.
Emissary Sheathipede, maybe so the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser can just attack into this and destroy it, and also get a resource back for Kieran. But it would get a bit of damage on the cruiser, maybe getting RT Chomp a little closer to freeing up Chewie here.
Kieran sitting at 5 resources now. Oh,
Oh, that is
authority.
nice.
Nice to capture that. Cantwell Chewie will ready now.
Yeah, so moral authority allows you to capture an enemy non-leader unit with less remaining HP than your unit. And so Chewie captures the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser because it took the 2 damage from that Sheathipede.
Yeah, and I also believe that when Chewie gets killed, Cantwell is no longer valid.
Yeah, so it's gonna stay on the field, but its ability doesn't do anything. However, Kieran is indeed able to get Chewie off the board, and we're left with that Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser as the only thing on the field going into this next turn. This time, Kieran really does seem to have stabilized.
Yeah, much better job in the middle game here and the early game. Obviously, you see the difference between the Kara start and the Fireball start, even with that Han pilot coming in.
Yeah, and I do also think the mishap there with the commence the festivities line
100%.
set Archie Chomp back at least a bit because not only is there the 2 damage from the commence, in the next turn, playing Han to ambush the turret is like an okay play, but like if that turret was already gone, it's possible Archie Chomp could have found something a bit more aggressive.
We're looking at damage adjustment here. I think our judge is on the scene to make sure we get things right. One of the great perks about these top 8 matches is the judges can watch more intently because there's less things to do and have to cover.
Yeah, and it looks like Archie Chomp played a copy of Karis Nemec.
Yeah, I think the conversation here is about the Han pilot and not
Oh
taking
yeah.
enough from an attack. Sounds like maybe they took the amount of damage it would add in addition as a pilot as opposed to its ground unit text.
Yeah, I see the viewers in chat saying that Kieran should actually be at 23 damage here, not 21, unless Han was debuffed somehow, which I don't think was the case.
We have our judge on the scene, so I'm confident we'll be able to get that worked out.
Yeah, it looks like they may be adding that, not entirely sure. Um, but we'll see what happens here. In the meantime, a Karis Nemec for RT Chomp does actually provide an annoying threat because even with a piece of removal, that can generate a readied spy token and some more potential damage to base.
Yeah. Generally speaking, the only way to not take any damage from Karis, and there's probably a few other ways, but the most common way that you'll see is a Sentinel blocking the initial attack from Karis as well as the spy. And
Yeah.
in this situation, I think he's only rocking with the droid laser turret that can make that possible.
Yeah, and there are a few other options, kind of you can capture him, you can bounce
Sure.
him. But hey, there's that turret.
There it is.
And
Followed by a no
it
glory, which gives Kieran the
ooh.
opportunity to disclose and has the red, unfortunately, does not have the heroic.
And I think potentially a bit of a blunder from RT Chomp played out a outer rim constable just to add another unit to the board, but Kieran just exhausts aura and kills it for free.
Yeah, I think some of the challenges with playing these decks is that you need to make them take actions and you need to build and populate your board faster than they're removing it. So I can see the perspective, but does feel bad there.
All right. Well, it's looking pretty bad for RT Chomp at this point in the game. Yes, Kieran has taken 23 damage, but it is not a scenario where RT Chomp really has much of anything providing threat. And unlike the aggro decks that we saw pre-rotation, this Chewbacca deck does not have For a Cause I Believe in or any other super strong endgame reach. It's possible you might see something like collateral damage, but that's not, I think, likely to be enough to close out this game.
Yeah, Kieran presenting what 8 damage to base this turn. So hey, he has some time to deal with it, but the moral authority on Chewie was a nice answer to the first version of this, but it's going to be hard to develop any unit large enough to capture moving forward, I think.
Yeah, now we're going to see RT Chomp using the leader ability to remove the shield from that turret.
Bonus back to Kieran to either take an attack or spend some resources on something that's not removal.
I think it was a swing from the turret there for 2 damage to
Yep.
Chewie's base. Here comes Kazuda.
Very solid threat. We saw Kazuda perform very well in the team event yesterday. 6 from the Cantwell, bringing RT Chomp to 18.
Yeah, still going to be a few resources left. I think there's 2 credits and 1 or 2 resources there for RT Chomp. Looks like 1 resource, 2 credits.
Full 9 available for Kieran.
Let's see here. Really contemplating something there. Rebel Resource in chat saying RIP Sabine lol. Yeah, Sabine would have been nice to have in this sort of situation. I think with Sabine pings and for a cause, this game might look very different. But I will also say, Control had some nice tricks as well that they no longer have access to.
100%.
Certainly Vigilance is something that aggro decks are happy to see rotating out.
And Chomp's doing a good job at staying in it, presenting threats. The clock is winding down pretty quickly here, but he's doing his best to just maintain the board state. No Glory taking out Kaz. RT Chomp claims the initiative, and we're going on to the next turn.
RT Chomp does have a unit that could attack to the base here with a copy of that Y Wing. The problem being the indirect damage is very unlikely to make it to the base here. Could
Mm-hmm.
easily be put on that Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser instead, buying Kieran some more time.
Yeah, 7 just feels like so much damage to have to do right now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We could see, we could potentially see like aggressive negotiations. I don't think he has all that many cards in hand, but it would still be a nice chunk of bonus damage.
We do have another commence the festivities here, so it's 3 to base plus 3 indirect.
The indirect damage being sent onto that Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser as expected. Only 4 HP left for Kieran.
Taking 2 from that turret up to 20 on him on his own base.
Yeah, RT Chomp, not exactly in a healthy situation here himself. Probably needs to try and develop additional threats.
6 to base there. Chomp has
RT
to
Chomp,
claim or deal with this Cantwell.
yeah.
And it does look
And
like Kieran has lethal in hand with this Devastator.
it's a pretty tough situation too. That's a very, very early time to that's a very, very early time to have to take the initiative here. Your opponent hasn't have not having played a single card. Um, RT Chomp looking at the face down cards.
He
Oof.
does take the initiative. There's the Devastator for the win. Well fought. Just looking at RT Chomp's deck again, he is running 1 aggressive negotiation. It's not a major part of the plan. Obviously, still nice when you get it. Leaning harder on those commence the festivities. And we ended up 4 short, which isn't necessarily just that 2 from commence the festivities, but I think Chomp will keep that in mind as he's pushing damage this round.
Yeah, I think ultimately we saw a huge contrast between game 1 and game 2. Game 1, RT Chomp was just running rampant. Like Kieran basically didn't do anything at any point that really slowed him down. This one though, Kieran took a lot of damage, but was notably slowing things down, notably stabilizing, and ultimately was able to get there.
I'm not sure if it's as simple as the Kara start in game 1 versus the Fireball start in game 2, but being able to present another unit in that spy token really did apply the pressure there to Kieran early on. So we'll see how the early phases go this game. But I think, like you said, this game, and we're still developing what Chewbacca stuff is, but I think Chewbacca did Chewbacca stuff, right? Just like Sabine used to do
Yeah.
Sabine stuff.
I think the fireball actually was a downside in another way too that might not have been as immediately apparent.
Oh,
And
we're
that
going.
that
We
was
got
that
another
we
game here.
yeah, I think that one other thing there was that with the Han being played to keep the fireball alive, it created a situation where Chewie couldn't deploy on a turn that he otherwise could have.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Ryweezy here versus our Thrawn Colossus, or excuse me, our Lando Colossus with Patrick. Looks like game three. Really interesting deck we saw earlier with Ryweezy, and Lando's been doing great all day and this whole weekend. So we'll see if we could catch some of this match as we bounce back and forth. The main match is taking a little break to go to the bathroom here. So we're going to get some action for you guys while we can. This is an
Yeah, here we
interesting
are
one,
at the
though.
backup match, which is 1-1. Lando Colossus versus Grand Admiral Thrawn. We will see what happens here. Ryweezy versus Patrick.
Yeah, this Rariwisi deck is really interesting. We saw it on stream earlier today, and it's pushing a lot of indirect damage with its triggers, the droid missile platform, and otherwise drawing some cards, really putting the pressure on throughout the game. We also saw a lot of shielded units, sudden ferocity. So it's a really interesting deck. I'm gonna be checking it out later for sure. Raiwisi clearly has played this a lot, really knew all the lines are in the earlier game today.
Yeah, should be interesting to see what happens here. I think Lando has a lot of potential power. I think the real question to me with Lando is not whether Lando is good. I think Lando is definitely good. The real question to me is to what extent other players are going to be able to counter Lando with anti-credit cards.
Yeah. And this Thrawn deck, you might not be able to see it under the life board. It is a 27 splash base. It's running Legacy Run as the splash. In the game earlier today versus Kieran, we didn't see the splash base used once in the 3 games because Legacy Run isn't the most useful in that situation. Wonder if it comes into play here.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I think the splash bases have a lot of potential with certain cards, but there is also the major downside of, fewer HP on your base. However, there are some cards where they really shine, especially some of those Spectre units we've seen that have stronger abilities if they're played while you have things from other aspects already in. That's we see cards like the new Sentinel Zeb that does more damage based on aspects, or Kanan being able to bounce a more expensive card based on aspects. So those can be strong with a splash base for sure. But also, splash bases can just let you bring in a normal card that you wouldn't otherwise be able to play efficiently.
100%. See a start of the new Anakin ground unit, the 2-4 pod racer. Then we have the Cavern X-Wings up in space. Nice on defeat for Thrawn there. Just checking out Ryan's deck real quick. He is running 2 Arvel Skeens in the sideboard, so he does have a little bit of credit hate.
Yeah, let's see here. Um, gonna be some swings back and forth here.
Here's the Master Code Breaker. Love that.
Yeah,
Uh,
we
we
saw
saw
Master
that.
Codebreaker earlier in the Lando mirror, and here he is again searching for a gambit.
Yeah, probably looking for the Axe Forgets or Faith in Your Friends. Not that many gambits, but the gambits that exist are all pretty good.
Faith in Your Friends, also a card that we saw a lot of earlier. I think in one game, Patrick actually played all 3 copies. Or actually, was that Pat?
No, this
I'm
was
not
Patrick.
entirely
Yeah.
sure if that was Patrick who did that or if it was one of the other Lando players. But Faith in Your Friends is a gambit, and with the discount, could actually be played here for 1. And we are not going to see it though.
Because the Axe Forgets bouncing that landing shuttle. Looks like he's more. Which one? We're bouncing the Cavern. Yeah, I think that's the right move. I think the card draw is not as scary as the 4 damage to base potentially.
Yeah, so return a non-leader unit that costs 3 or less to its owner's hand. I'm actually a big fan of the Cavern Angels X-wing. It's one of relatively few reach cards that still exist in the game,
Yeah,
and can be used to give aggro a little bit of extra bite. I don't think it's on the same level as like K2SO from earlier, and the 1 HP can be awkward into Aura or into ping decks, but ultimately a card that still does something even if the opponent clears it can often be very helpful.
especially in Thrawn with that double defeat trigger for sure. See Faith in Your Friends coming in now, only costing 1. Nice perk there. It was noted by BobbySapphire earlier, but it is surprising to see how easy this Lando Colossus deck was able to trigger Faith in Your Friends with that starting hand size. But Goes down to some good deck construction, I think.
Yeah, and it is funny because Faith in Your Friends, if you are triggering it, I think this deck is really probably built around cunning. And if you are triggering Faith in Your Friends, you do also get to draw a card when you play it. So in some ways, if you have a deck built to use it consistently, it also actually mitigates Colossus's downside by being a card that replaces itself to help compensate for not having a card in your opening hand.
Yeah, we see Mando, Liberty, and Beguile disclosed there, and then the Cavern Angels come on back down.
Cavern Angels Cavern Angels X-Wing reappearing here. That when defeated ability already pretty good and extra good with Thrawn.
Credit created here using Lando's ability, probably calling heroic and or probably calling cunning in this deck is my guess so far.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but it might be interesting and looks like a few attacks getting in.
Free base.
Not the strongest attacks, but Patrick has a lot of them now with two spies as well as the master code breaker doing his little contribution. What do you think about the master code breaker, Jordan?
I've looked at it earlier in the set, especially to try to see how you could the Axe Forgets and the Faith in Your Friends, but just the list of gambits is short. Like the Axe Forgets and Faith in Your Friends are the two best, I would say, and it's clearly working here. So someone to consider moving forward, but it is a cute little bit of tech.
Yeah. All right, let's see how we do here. Ryeweezy with
Starts
initiative.
down. Yeah, just two to base from that Cavern Angel X-Wing, taking Lando to 9 out of a big 35, and then two additional from that landing shuttle.
I will say having more HP is really good if a game turns into a race, and that might be what we're seeing here.
Here's that Jam Communications coming down. No hits
Ooh,
here.
total miss. And take a look at that. Arvel Skeen in hand. That credit hate is real.
Plus the legacy run. Gotta love that.
Don't think that's what Patrick quite wanted to see. Not only having jam communications miss, but also seeing the opponent can potentially discard your credit.
Ryan's just building the board here a little bit with that Night Sister Warrior. 3 resources remaining for the turn for him.
Very interesting situation, not immediately using Arvel Skeen potentially would have given Patrick an opportunity to spend the credit, but Patrick is going to be making another credit instead. I think trying to be in position for that Lando flip to turn one credit into three.
Marvel Scheme comes down now, taking care of one of those 2 credits and debating on where he wants this ping to go. It opts to put Patrick to 9 damage on base.
The thing about this is with that extra credit, if Arvel Skeen gets a chance to attack again, he actually gets to trigger this once more, defeating an additional credit and doing another 1 damage. So it's a little bit of an awkward situation, but Patrick can probably use Lando's ability again on the next turn to create a new credit and therefore have one that Lando can potentially multiply.
Just won't be able to drop the Liberty, which we've saw in his hand earlier. So that's something to think about. Also, the Mandalorian also costing 8. So I think the choice here is either Patrick claims and misses the attacks, or tries to action through it and accepts not being able to get that big 8 spend or 9 spend potential on your flip turn.
Yeah, I do think this is an example of some potential disruption, at least from credit heat cards.
Getting the Beguile.
Beguile bounces Arvel Skeen. Now, the thing about this is Ryeweezy can potentially just replay Arvel Skeen and trigger that ability again. But using Beguile rather than trading units into Arvel does allow Patrick to keep more pressure on the base.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I'm not sure what's right here. I would assume that Ryeweezy does go in and drop that Arvel here to prevent this big flip turn. Um, Also did see Legacy Run in his hand earlier, so maybe Patrick's thinking, oh, what if I want to tempt him to get this Legacy Run trigger going? So we'll see what ends up happening. Looks like it's going to be that Arvel destroying that credit and another 1 to base, bringing Patrick to 10.
And now we're in that situation that you mentioned earlier, Jordan. Patrick does not have a credit token for Lando here. And we could see, as you were saying, Lando's ability used yet again here to create a credit token, at least potentially, but that will put Patrick off 9 cost plays.
Ops just go 2 to base with the spy. There we go.
Night Sister Warrior clearing the readied spy token there. Now left with the Now left with a relatively small board on both sides.
Guess he can activate here and end up playing an 8 cost. Takes Bow offline. Not sure if he has one in his hand, trying to get a look.
Few swings back and forth.
Cabernet swing going back 14 to 17. Let's remember Thrawn's on 27 HP as well.
Yeah, there's actually a pretty big base HP difference from these decks at the start. Raiweezy's Contested Caverns with the potential splash option only representing 27 HP, whereas Patrick's Colossus has 35. So even though the damage dealt looks pretty similar, Raiweezy only has 10 HP left, and Patrick actually has 21.
Big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. We have yet to see either leader flip, but this is the potential time.
Here comes that Lando activation. Get that credit created.
Oh,
And
look at that.
another one.
Okay, so I actually don't know if that's good, but it definitely keeps Patrick off those credits. Raiweezy plays Arvel Skeen with another Arvel Skeen already on the board, loses one, but does take out that last credit. The Lando flip denied. Or, I mean, Lando still flips, still swings at base, but can't make those credit tokens.
Yeah, and Ryan's sitting at 21, so a lot of work to do to stabilize here. A lot of damage being presented on base. 6, 7, 8, 9. It looks like. I think the Master Codebreaker is a 1 damage swing.
Yeah. I do have to wonder, is Raiweezy overdoing it with the double Arvel Skeen? I think Arvel Skeen can be a very good card, but I think playing one when you already have one in play may be overdoing it, even if you do keep Lando off those credits. On the other hand, Patrick doesn't seem to have anything to do with his resources this turn, so maybe Raiweezy was able to block some plays.
Yeah, and just taking a quick look, I'm trying to at Patrick's hand. Looks like he had a Qui-Gon, Mando, and is that a Liberty as well? So stopping one of those from coming down is definitely helpful.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. I think Patrick might be able to close this game out pretty fast, though, right? The base HP total difference is very real.
Yeah, I mean, this could very well be the last turn of the game.
Right, Raiweezy taking 2 more damage there from Patrick's spy token.
Seeing Lando looking right back at him with that lethal swing. He has to find an answer.
Yeah, for Raiweezy, it is clear Lando, put up a Sentinel or something, or lose. Maybe we could have some healing, but I think a lot of the healing options that we see with Thrawn require you to have a unit get defeated. So things like the Onyx Squadron Brute are just too slow to actually heal you out of this sort of situation where the opponent's threatening you with one action.
And aggressive negotiations could potentially clear Lando, still leaving yourself open for 1 to base from the Codebreaker.
1 to base is not that bad.
And
Oh,
that's it.
looks like Raiweezy didn't have it. It's going to be the handshake. He was able to stop the credit tokens, but he was not able to stop just the actual unit damage race going on there. I think Lando maybe in some ways can be a slower deck or a more control-oriented deck, but in that sort of situation with the huge base HP difference, Patrick was starting that game off ahead by 8 HP. And I think with that much of a lead from the start, he was able to just put pressure on an attack and close the game out relatively fast.
Yeah, and again, we didn't see the splash base activated, at least in that game 3 that we saw. So it does feel bad in that situation. Really well played day from Raiweezy here. Really interesting deck. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be trying to play it in the next couple of days. are getting word that our main match also has finished up. RT Chomp took that 2-1. So Chewy over Aura, moving on. And yeah, just a great performance here by Lando this weekend, I think is one of my main headlines. We saw an interesting start here with this Lando build, really going wide in the start of the game with that Faith in Your Friends and Code Breaker combo. From there, compared to some of the other Landos, the big threat is just the late game, how massive it could get. So really interested in showing that versatility.
Yeah, and I do have to wonder, I think I'm not entirely sure, I think Raiweezy was able to win one of these games. It would have been interesting to see how that one went. And in this one, I think might have been better served by playing a little more defensively, to be honest, given the big base HP difference. Not entirely sure, but a race dynamic tends to favor the player who has the higher HP base. And in that case, a difference of 8, I think, is pretty tough to overcome if you're racing.
Also, just really impressive getting that disclose going with one decreased hand size there from Patrick on Lando Colossus. So that's all we got for the top 8 round here. We have 24 minutes left in the round. Looks like we have one game remaining to report. We will keep you guys in the loop in chat if we're coming back earlier than that, but stay tuned with us for the next top 4 round, the Cantina Clash, brought to you by Metal Fab, Top Deck Games, and Maclunky Gaming. Stick with us.
What's going on, guys? TowerNumberNine here, and we are back at the Cantina Clash brought to you by Maclunky Gaming and Top Deck Games, as well as, of course, our sponsor, Metal Fab Tokens. I'm TowerNumber9, and I am joined here on the stream by Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew. We are about to bring you the top four, I believe, of this exciting tournament, and it looks like we may have a Maclunky Gaming mirror with Tyler versus V.
Nice. Yeah, I excited to see this dive in some McClunky on McClunky action. Actually, I didn't know that V was on McClunky. I played her in Sectors in Philly. Had a great time. Really enjoyed that game. And now we have Tyler on the other side, exchanging deck lists right now. Saw Tyler play a couple times yesterday and today on stream. Member of the Pasqwalle's fan club, getting that win yesterday. Playing Lando, just a ton of Lando in the field today.
Yeah, and it looks like Tyler, if I'm reading this overlay correctly, Tyler was the first seed going into this. And so should be an interesting one here. That Lando deck that he's running, certainly with some very powerful plays. And he will V on Darth Vader from jump to light speed. So I believe V is the only pilot leader to make it into this top eight. And so we will see how that strategy stacks up against Lando.
Yeah, and going back to Philly a few months ago when we played, she was also on Darth Vader pilot then as well. So really experienced with the deck. Obviously, Tyler, really accomplished player himself. So should be a great matchup here.
Yeah, I think it should be. Think it should be pretty interesting. So basically, the Darth Vader pilot deck is a little different from some of the other pilot decks that we've seen because it has a real swarm aspect to it. Vader's leader ability can be used to generate TIE fighter tokens. The deck tends to play a lot of small units. Often they're looking to play 2 1-cost ships on the first turn. And this can generate a situation where, with a lot of small ships, you then are poised to play cards that buff the ships. So, like Victor Leader is an example, or the cunning version of Galen Urso. And if you can play a bunch of small ships and buff them all, that's really strong. You also have access to things like the Clone Combat Squadron that get buffed based on the number of other ships that you have. So, Vader really has some nice plays for that sort of swarm gameplay.
And the big wrinkle here with Vader in this set, and it was available but last set as well, is just there's so much exhaust going on in this deck right now. We also have good plot options with Lurking Snub Fighter as well as Chancellor Palpatine pulling up V's deck here. In the side, she's running 2 Bog Down with Procedure, so that's a great way to get a larger amount of exhaust going, as well as 2 Hold for Questioning. Other than that, pretty standard for what you expected Vader to have up until now. On Tyler's side, a lot of his matchups were insulated from pilot decks yesterday. His sideboard is more or less fully devoted to the space matchup. He has 3 Galens that aren't necessarily for space. They could be, obviously, but not necessarily 100%. And then 3 hyperspace disasters, 2 Tantive. Is that 4 or 5? Someone can let me know. And then 2 Tree Remembers. So really teched for the space matchup.
One thing that I will say about this also is Bo-Katan can be incredibly powerful against a swarm, not only clearing a lot of units at once, but giving you a lot of experience. So that's another one to watch out for. Normally, Bo-Katan is too slow to deal with Vader from jump to light speed, but with those credit tokens from Lando, that might not be the case here.
Yeah, and being able to play hyperspace disaster on the flip turn to get control of that spaceport, really interesting. Provides some real decisions for V to have to make here about what they're doing on the flip turn. Are you plotting? Or are you just trying to get the Palpatine plot out, build a ground board as well? Seen a lot of these Vader decks double plotting Palpatine off, just flood the ground with spies.
Yeah, should be pretty interesting to see here. We are getting started. It's a yaddle here from Tyler. V leading us off with the Republic Y Wing, and looks like that's only going to be 1 unit, not necessarily the start that V wants to see. You would really prefer to see 2 1-costs to open things up with Vader.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely true. In previous sets, you would really want to have Sanction or Shuttle online. Not necessarily as bad now, but could be a lot better. We see a commence the patrol again. Tyler's been playing that all weekend to build a X-wing there, so kind of matched in space.
Well, in this case, I think it wasn't actually played though. I
Oh,
believe what
you're right.
happened is Tyler used Lando's ability and discarded it, and V was just looking at the card. So we do see the exhaust coming in there on Yaddle, Bail Organa from Tyler, and that Y Wing swings in for one more damage.
Great example of the exhaust we mentioned previously with that death space. Really, really good opportunity to get some tempo back and those awesome TIE fighter tokens. She had those in Philly as well. I was very jealous.
Yeah, the Death Space Skirmisher may not be a Sanctioner shuttle, but actually more effective here because V did not have the 3 units that would have been required for Sanctioner shuttle. Sanctioner shuttle rotated, Death Space Skirmisher is still around, but here's an answer from Tyler with Blue Ace taking out the Death Space Skirmisher. V left with just that Republic Y-Wing and a TIE Fighter token.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the current board stage, you'd have to swing both units into that blue ace. Ooh, but we got Galen to change the math a little bit.
Ah, I was mentioning this earlier, so this is the cunning version of Galen Urso, a 3-cost 0/5. When played, you can have an opponent take control of this unit. Enemy units gain Raid 1 and Saboteur. So each of these small units from V now swinging for 2 with Saboteur to get around any Space Sentinels that might show up. And if V continues to not play anything to the ground, Tyler might not necessarily have a great option for getting Galen off the field. One potential weakness of Galen is that the opponent can crash him into your own ground units to get him out of there. But if V goes all to space, that downside is quite mitigated.
Does a nice job rebuilding the board here as well. And just to mention Yaddle as the first turn play here for Tyler. Great start when you're in this different arena situation trying to get some restore going.
Yeah, V was able to bring out an A Wing as well as another TIE Fighter token from Vader's leader ability. So we are now looking at a bit of a swarm on both sides of the board here.
And don't forget that Galen +1 raid. We see Kanan coming down now. That's gonna get some tempo back in Tyler's favor.
Yeah, Tyler bringing out Kanan Jarrus, bouncing the A-Wing, which could have swung for 3 there with the buff from Galen. Yeah, it is worth noting that Tyler's board looks big, but one of those units, Galen Urso, is actually a downside for Tyler as he swings for 0 and is buffing V's space fleet. Another Death Space Skirmisher comes out, exhausting Yaddle.
Wisely taking that restore off the board for the turn.
Bail Organa swings again. It looks like it is going to be another discard and another spy token created. I believe that is the Bothan Network spy token from the second Beatle event. And now the Y Wing attacking here that should be another 2 damage. Yeah, that's right. Okay, there we go. And then spy token swinging for 2 against V. A lot of just back and forth attacks here. Looks like we might be headed towards a ground versus space race.
Get that credit token, man. And just to point out, it's really uncommon to see a deck build a larger board than Vader here, and we're seeing that being done with his bail ability.
Yeah, though I do think V will get another at minimum V will get another I don't know if there's another 1 cost, but we'll see another tie. There we go. And now it's 5 units for V to 6 units from Tyler, but it is worth noting that Galen on Tyler's side of the board is basically a buff unit for V instead. So V a little ahead in unit count in one sense. But Tyler has those credits, could be building towards a big board clear here.
Yeah, and from looking at the list pre-match, V knows that there's no hyperspace disaster main, so she's safe from that perspective. Bo-Katan would be very devastating as well.
Yeah, should be interesting to see. Lando flips, adds 3. Bo-Katan here would basically win the game immediately. Does Tyler have it? Death Space Skirmisher swings. I guess there's no Bo-Katan because you would probably just play it instead of using Yaddle here. Yaddle does get 2 damage and a heal, but could be worse.
Might also be a signal that there's no Liberty either, because a Sentinel would be pretty good here.
A Sentinel. So Galen Urso
Oh,
actually
you're
gives
right.
all of these units Saboteur. So Liberty would be good in terms of being able to exhaust and being a big threat, but the actual Sentinel keyword would do almost nothing.
Yeah, you're right, especially with no real answer to get Galen out. One question I have here for the interplay lines is if she's going to go for a big plot turn here or try to play stuff from hand.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I don't know exactly what's being run here. I have never really been much of a Darth Vader player personally.
Well, the main choices are going to be Lurking Snub or the Palpatine plot, like we mentioned pregame.
Ooh,
So
yeah, yeah.
the
One
Palpatine
downside to
plot would
bringing out
slow it down.
anything on the ground is it potentially lets Tyler get Galen killed.
Hmm.
But the Palpatine plot isn't enough to do that because the spy tokens, while they are sentinels, don't have any actual power. And if Galen were to swing into the Palpatine actual unit, it would take him 3 swings. And honestly, I'm not sure this game is still going to be going 3 turns from now.
So we're bouncing that Gale here or Bale here with Beguile. Still showing a lot
Okay,
of damage.
and look at the hand there. I believe that is a oh, that's interesting. So I think we're looking at I believe it is Bale. I believe that's a light maker. And then the grassroots resistance, which is likely going to be able to take out one of these small ships while also healing for 3. V does seem to be falling behind in the race. One thing I notice about that, though, I'm not seeing an answer to Vader flip.
There's a lot of damage on the ground. I think that's probably the real answer here, unless you're holding back some resources there. I mean, you could slam a light maker and force an answer potentially. You could grassroots, but obviously looking for something bigger at this stage in the game.
V swings with a tie for 2 damage. Tyler swings with a spy for 2 damage. Now another spy going in after V used Vader's ability to make yet another tie. The thing is, V is just falling behind in the race. Vader flips. That is going to generate a further 2 ties, as well as being a big chunk of stats on that Republic Y Wing, which has been, I believe, firing away all game.
Looks like no plot as well.
Tyler going to play the Bail Organa that was bounced back to hand earlier. V thinking about the next move. Looks like it's going to be a Vader swing. So that's going to be the Y Wing piloted by Vader swinging in. Does have the +1 from Raid. Here comes Lightmaker.
Really big threat in space. Obviously, a full arena exhaust would be tough here.
Yeah, I mean, so Lightmaker, when defeated, chooses an arena and exhausts each enemy unit in that arena. So could just crash into Vader's ship, die, exhaust the whole board, and then Tyler would be in a pretty prime position to win this race, even though it did look like it was tightening up a bit.
Yeah, showing 6, 9, 13, 15 on the ground for next turn.
V takes the initiative, needs to find an answer to this Lightmaker. Huge swarm of TIE fighters there. I think we have 5 TIE fighters as well as 3 other ships, one of which is being piloted by Vader. You know, V's cards barely even fitting in the space arena area of the board, kind of spreading out.
Here's that
Oh, and a
lurking
snub
snub.
fighter to exhaust Lightmaker. That's a great play for V. Does Tyler have a response? Liberty shows up. Liberty is going to be able to get an exhaust, so that's going to exhaust Vader's ship. But Liberty is not actually locking things down here with all these ships having Saboteur.
The question is actions here because V is presenting for another additional buff here from the Victor leader as well. So now each of these 1/1s will be swinging for 3.
Yeah, the question now is just who's going to get there first. At this point, with both Victor Leader and Galen Urso online, every unit that V has on the table is swinging for 2 extra damage. They all have Saboteur. The Death Space Skirmisher swings in for 5. It's a race. It's a pure race. Who will get there first?
One restore from Kanan might come in clutch.
I don't. I think it's Tyler. I don't see a way. I don't see a way for V to outrace this. I think Lando could win in one more action, and I think V would take 2 or 3, depending on what tricks may be available.
Yep. And that's it. That's game 1.
Yeah, very interesting. Turned into a race, and I have to say, 1 star of that game was Bail Organa for
Oh,
Tyler.
yeah.
The ability to make extra spies on attack if the opponent is playing a space deck can really help you race very fast.
And let's not just forget just the action equalization that gives you, right? Typically, one
Yeah.
of the big advantages of Vader here is that If they have something they want to do, they have the ultimate dirtle machine. They have the ultimate way to stall actions to get to the point in the turn where they want to be. On the ground there, Tyler reversed that advantage by creating that many spies and really creating a wide board. I mean, there were turns, especially pre-flip turn, where Tyler had 2 to 3 actions more than V to make.
Yeah, very interesting situation there. Did end up being it actually did end up being decently close. I think that V had an answer to Lightmaker, and that put Tyler in a tough spot. But with Liberty, even with the Saboteur, Liberty exhausting Vader was a very big deal there. If Vader had had a chance to swing, I'm not sure Tyler would have won that race.
Yeah, Liberty really coming in clutch. Amazing legendary, probably the strongest or second strongest in this set. Now the question is, with all of the tech that Tyler has sideboard to bring in, can V put a similar amount of pressure on and get this game too? Looks like he's taking out quite a bit of ground sentinels.
Yeah, the ground sentinels are not what you want against Vader. It's entirely possible. You do see some situations where Vader will actually deploy to the ground arena and swing there.
Yeah.
That definitely does happen at least sometimes. But aside from that, Vader decks are often playing almost entirely into the space arena. So ground sentinels are really not what you most want in this matchup.
So it looks like Tyler's taken out his Qui-Gons, his Deppas, his Lothwolfs, his Landos in exchange for basically the whole sideboard. He's going to be bringing in Hyperspace Disaster, A True Remembers, Tantive. Might be bringing Galen in. I'm not sure if that is. I didn't quite see that, but I could imagine.
Yeah. And I think in principle, V might be well served by bringing in some credit hate, but I'm not actually sure there's that much credit hate available to this deck. The command cunning villainy side of the pool, the best credit hate in cunning is heroism with Lieutenant Gorn. So that card is very unlikely to see play.
So
And
there's
some of the other cunning hate cards are in different aspects.
There's a few cards that I think we could see V bringing in here. The bog down and
Credit.
procedures could be interesting to kind of combat that race on the ground. Hold for questioning also in that area, and then Garindin to pop some of these problem cards like hyperspace
Yeah.
disaster, like bow, like Liberty. The problem is that on that flip turn, there's so many things that can be that are all very bad for Vader. Basically, outside of Mandalorian and Qui Gon's not in the deck anymore. So something to think about as you're using Hold for Questioning and potentially even Beguile to get a look at Tyler's hand prior to that Garindin call.
Yeah, hold for questioning, see the hand, Grindin on the flip turn to get rid of the Bo-Katan or the hyperspace disaster or whatever might be a pretty good line. Although that is also resources spent on not racing. So, we'll have to see just how it goes. I do think V had a little bit of a slow start in the previous game with only one cost, and it was the Republic Y-Wing, which is a relatively non-aggressive unit. Should be interesting to see if she can start out more aggressively this time.
Yeah, and we do see that Galen Urso in Tyler's hand, so he did side those in as well.
Galen Urso. Not entirely sure what card you would most want to name.
Clone
Okay.
Combat could be really good.
Yeah, Clone Combat. Here's the little head scratcher. If you have Galen Urso, I believe you could name Galen Urso. And
It would blank
it
the other Galen Urso.
and it would blank the opponent's Galen Urso because it says cards an opponent each non-leader card an opponent owns. So even though the other Galen Urso would be on your side, it would be blank. And Galen would not blank himself because he's not owned by the opponent.
Yeah.
So weird little scenario there. Could end up happening, but we'll have to see how things end up developing. Tyler making his first resource. V looking at the hand, maybe considering whether or not to mulligan or just mulling over what the best option is for these resources here. Oh, wait, just kidding. They were already there off to the side. And V starting off with a more aggressive ship. This is one that I would be happier to see. But the that tie wasn't up for long because here comes a fireball.
Yeah, at least it was a two power unit that does eventually trade with this fireball as it dies with its when the group regroup starts ability, taking
Yeah.
that off the field.
So it was the first order tie, a 2-1, which gets +1/+0 while attacking. But Fireball picks it off, only to be removed itself at the end of the regroup phase. Once again, V left with the Republic Y Wing. This start actually a little better for V because Tyler's opening play will self destruct. And so it will have just the Y Wing as the only thing on the board. Now, one question is, does Tyler have another Fireball or a Blue Ace, some other thing that can ambush and stop this? Is there any way for Tyler to prevent Vader's ability from going off this turn and generating another tie?
Just looking at his hand, it doesn't look to be the case. He's just going to go with that Lando ability. Ooh,
Lando trigger discards Liberty, probably not the card you most want to see entering the discard pile. V swings with the Y Wing, 1 damage to base.
importantly, turning on that tie token generator.
Commence Patrol being used puts that Liberty back on the bottom of the deck and creating an X-Wing token. X-Wing token's pretty good against tie tokens.
We're going to see this eager no ambush.
Yeah, Eager Escort Fighter being played just to be a 4-1. Probably going to force the X-Wing to trade with that unless Tyler can find a better answer. I do see a Fireball in hand there for Tyler.
Great top deck there for Tyler.
Let's see what V can do here. Tyler, with the initiative, will have the first chance. I have a feeling that Eager Escort Fighter is probably not going to swing. And indeed, we see a trade. V swings for 1 damage to base with the Republic Y Wing. Tyler, Blue Ace comes in against the Y Wing, clearing it out. Could have
Really,
attacked the tie, but the on attack ability would have just readied the Y Wing, which wouldn't be that productive.
yeah, and you want to get rid of that token, that non-token unit to be able to generate those ties as well. So really tough back to back here with Fireball into Blue Ace, basically just what you're looking for.
Yeah, V probably not happy to see those space ambushers. The Screeching TIE Fighter hits the field, as does an A-Wing. Now we see Darth Vader's ability being used to generate an additional tie. Does V have anything to do with those last two resources? Looks like no. A bit of an unfortunate moment there. You really do want to be. Oh, and look at that.
Oh,
Tyler kind of fumbled a card out of his hand, and it's another blue ace. That is not what V wants to see.
yeah, very tough to see that type of card in in someone's hand, especially when you're stuff to deal with the current one.
Yeah, I mean, on the plus side, at least Tyler can't play it efficiently with the other blue ace already on the field. So Tyler with initiative once again, blue ace poised to remove one of these ships. What will it be though? And Tyler could, of course, choose to do something else. 1 credit on the field for the Lando deck. Blue ace takes out the Screeching TIE Fighter.
Puts the onus back on V here, either attack or play something from hand. Looks like she's holding on to that hold for questioning. Probably want to wait until you have a better target outside of just hand hate.
V going to swing with the A-Wing. That's going to be another 2 points of damage on Tyler's base. Tyler thinking about a play. Tyler's taking 5 damage right now, which is, more than the 0 damage V is taken, but it's certainly not decisive at this point in the game. Kanan Jarrus enters the field, returning a TIE Fighter to hand, which actually just destroys it because it's a token. V could still swing with the other tie this turn, but not getting a ton of momentum opened up.
Also provides a restore source, which we saw be very effective last game.
Yeah, a few swings with Restore can be really nice. That Yaddle that Tyler played early in the last game probably restored quite a lot. Kanan, another source of Restore. TIE Fighter from V swings on in. That's another point of damage. 5 damage on, or six, it should be 6 damage now, I believe, on Tyler's base. Hold for questioning with the exhaust not relevant.
And the card must read if you do exhaust, then look at their hand.
Yeah, so I guess that's getting taken back here. Um, really, I think this indicates V has a bad hand because that would be a very weak play, even if it worked. You
Yeah.
really don't want to be discarding cards from an opponent's hand here. You want to be building up your own stuff. The hold for question would probably be much better on the next turn. We
Good.
do see a TIE Fighter token being made and another first order tie, but V is really not hitting resource efficiency here.
Yeah, I mean, I could see the temptation to want to see your opponent's hand going in prior to this turn, just because it is your flip turn. You want to make sure you're playing around the answers that they likely have for your Vader flip. But I'm not sure it's all gonna wind up working sequence wise this turn.
Okay, V takes 3 damage there from Kanan Jarrus. That's a point of healing also on Tyler's base. We could see the hold for questioning now. So hold for questioning could exhaust the blue ace, which probably saves one of these ships, and then gets to look at the hand and potentially discard something that shares an aspect with blue ace, which includes all the heroism things that are potential bombs. Wouldn't include a hyperspace disaster though, because a hyperspace disaster is vigilance only.
I would imagine there's some deliberation about that versus your plot options here. You know, especially
Yeah,
if
that's
there is
true.
a Garindin in the row, if you do have Palpatine for the ground, that sort of thing.
And Lando still hasn't flipped yet. Might need the extra credits for certain plays. V is going to flip Vader onto the first order TIE fighter there. Oh, and then okay. So we're going to use the plot option for the exhaust. That snub fighter going to be played from the row. The lurking snub fighter. When played, you may exhaust a unit. And we still have 3 resources up, which could potentially be used for that hold for questioning. But there's
Oof.
the hyperspace disaster.
Yeah, Tyler's had an answer at every stage in this game too for what V is
And I
looking
think
for
V is
here.
just scooping it up. I think it's over.
Yeah, it looks like it. Well played from both sides. Tyler really had the answers all up and down the curve there in game two. Fireball, blue ace, another blue ace, another fireball if it got there, plus the hyperspace disaster to kind of put the kibosh on things.
Yeah, in that first game, we saw a relatively close race, Tyler managing to pull ahead and win. In the second game, though, with Tyler having those answers sideboarded in, this one was not very close, unfortunately for V. It really did feel like Tyler had, filled his deck with great responses to the Vader Space Swarm.
Absolutely. And Tyler goes on to his second final in as many days. V should be very proud of the top four. Very good finish.
Yeah. Congratulations to both players here for a strong showing. And now Tyler will be competing for the Cantina Clash Championship in the solo event there.
So we still have 51 minutes left in the round. We're going to get some word if we're going to our backup match or if that has completed as well. Looks like
Oh,
we're
here we
hopping
go. It's
right
the backup
over.
map. RT Chomp versus Patrick, Chewbacca versus Lando, and it looks like game one has already gone Patrick's way. We are here in game two, and it looks like we are just seeing some credit destruction there, but there's some potential credit theft on the other side of the board as well with Lieutenant Gorn.
Yeah, the question is we're not sure if Chewie has deployed yet. Just looking at the discard, my guess is no, because we're only seeing a blue ace there. So I'm not sure how Patrick could have handled Chewie without anything else in the discard.
Yeah, so I think it's very possible that we have not seen a flip yet. So now it's going to be an ambush here from Pilot Han. So Pilot Han is showing up to ambush and defeat Arvel Skeen. Karis Nemec does some damage to the base here. Master Codebreaker swings back. Now we see that Chewie flip. So indeed, Chewie had not deployed. Lieutenant Gorn here, though, potentially in a position to steal any credits that Chewbacca might create.
I'm not sure if he's going to be able to pull that off sequencing wise here, though, right? Because he has to swing in before he gets taken out by that Chewie, or potentially could just get ignored and go to base. Not sure what RT is going to do here.
Yeah, so right now, normally you would definitely want to do I think you probably do just swing base. It sort of stinks to let your opponent steal a credit, but I think that might be what has to happen here. You could also choose not to activate the ability, but I think it's probably worth it to use Chewie's ability to kill Han.
Yeah, I think you're definitely killing Han. I'm just not sure if you're going to base or if you're killing both units.
Now, the
And
other
the,
question is, does RT Chomp have a one cost? The dream scenario here is that you use Chewie to kill Han, you create the credit, and then before Lieutenant Gorn can steal it, you use it to play an A-Wing or play like a three-cost ship with They Hate That Ship. But it looks like RT Chomp doesn't have a play like that or chooses not to use it. If he does, it's going to end up being just 5 damage to the base from Chewbacca. Han will remain on the field. There is no credit for Lieutenant Gorn to steal.
Yeah, interesting decision tree there. I mean, we are playing Colossus 35 HP, a long way to go.
Yeah, long way to go is right, and it's going to be a longer way to go there with Chewbacca off the field. I believe what we saw there was an ambush. With Finn, the cunning vigilance unit. 6/5 ambush on attack. You may give a shield token to a non-unique unit, but every single unit on the board is unique. So the on attack does nothing. However, ambushing and killing Chewie must feel pretty good here for Patrick.
Yeah, see, that's part of why I was leaning towards Chewie taking care of Gorn and Han there, because now we have a really, really impressive board by Patrick going into his flip turn and basically got 1 for 1 with Chewie as opposed to doing a 3 for 1 himself.
Yeah, interesting point. And now we are going to see this is the broken horn. And so when played, if you have fewer cards in hand than an opponent, draw. If you control fewer resources than an opponent, resource the top card of your deck. Also developing a 5/4 body in space. But Lando's really putting the pressure on the ground. And with that Colossus giving him a lot of HP to chew through, I don't know that RT Chomp's going to be able to get there.
Yeah, we get a Lando flip with no credit creation. It's fine. He's just pushing damage, getting this awesome board on the ground. Broken Horn does help a little bit, get some either card advantage and or resource back, but that's not going to be enough. That's 2-0 to Patrick here in the top four. He'll move on to face Tyler in the finals, a Lando mirror.
Lando Mirror in the finals. Strong showing here for Lando Calrissian from A Lawless Time. And we will have to see how this goes. Chewbacca not quite able to get there.
Another great showing
And
here from RT. Top four, very, very solid finish showing Chewie is a very active and real deck in this meta. The question I have moving forward, though, Tower, is what is the edge here in this Lando mirror? Is it going to be the Colossus versus 30 being able to go a little bit late? Is it going to come down to who's able to build, keep, and develop those credits? I'm excited for it.
yeah, so in a race, I think Colossus is desirable, but I'm not sure that it's going to be a race. And Colossus is card disadvantage, so it should be kind of interesting to see how that goes. On the other hand, I think based on what we've seen from Patrick already, there are going to be some ways to potentially mitigate that. I'm thinking in particular of Faith in Your Friends, where the search and draw from that card can not only help make the actual disclose more reliable from Faith in Your Friends, it can also mitigate the card disadvantage of Colossus. So I think that's definitely a card that he'll want to be seen in this next match. Looks like we have, you can see the streaming table there. You can see some spectators, other people going around the area. We should soon be moving on to the finals here at the Cantina Clash at Top Deck Games.
Yeah, and before that, we're just going to step away for a quick break, get everything set behind the scenes for this finals game, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. There's 45 minutes left in the round. We'll be back way before that to get this final, the Cantina Clash, brought to you by Top Tech Games, Metal Fab, and Maclunky Games here on the channel.
See you guys soon. Welcome back to the Maclunky Gaming coverage of the Cantina Clash, brought to you by Maclunky Gaming, Top Deck Games, and our sponsor, Metal Fab Tokens. We are about to see the finals here between Tyler and Patrick, both players playing Lando, but with two different builds. It's a Lando Calrissian with City in the Clouds, a 30 HP base, versus the mighty 35 HP Lando Calrissian Colossus. I am Tower Number 9, and I am joined here by Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew. Jordan, what do you think about this matchup?
I'm excited. I love mirrors. I think some mirrors get a bad rap. I think some of them are also very boring, but I have a feeling this one might be pretty interesting. I think, like you mentioned, the difference in base help could play a role, but I don't think it will as much as we would see in a more racing matchup. I think this is really going to come down to board control and who gets their bombs and when they get them.
Yeah, and one thing I'll say on the topic of mirror matches more broadly is I personally think it's pretty important to prepare for mirror matches. I know some people kind of like to disregard them, but I was playing, I've told this story on stream before, but when I was playing Flesh and Blood TCG, I remember there was one season where I felt like I have a super honed deck. I had been practicing with high level players. I felt like really prepared. I had what I felt was a very good matchup into the top deck of the format. And however, I didn't do that well that season, and the reason was event after event, I was getting knocked out by the mirror, which I had done very little practice for. I had all these other matchups really locked on, but then I would lose these mirrors and not end up making the cut. And it was a situation that really reinforced to me the importance of the mirror match. And some mirror matches can also have very interesting dynamics.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't ignore them. And I think like you mentioned, a lot of people do. I mentioned you'll play online and people will leave if they queue into a mirror. And I think if you're going to play a popular deck, and at this stage in the meta, it's hard to know exactly what will be popular week to week. But if you think you're playing a popular deck, you need to be prepared for the mirror, right? And that's just
Yeah.
the reality of the situation. If you're not
Now,
prepared, you're giving away expected value.
Yeah, and look, if you have the world's craziest homebrew ultimate secret technique that nobody is going to be fielding except you, okay, sure. You don't have to prepare for a mirror against your own rogue deck that no one else will be playing. But even then, I don't know. I mean, like I think it's worth knowing how those matchups work just in case. And if you're playing a deck that you expect to be popular, it really behooves you to get some more practice there.
Absolutely. And even if you don't like it, just trick yourself into liking it. Convince yourself that you do like it and get some reps in.
All right, Tyler versus Patrick. I believe Tyler is the top seed, so we'll get to choose who starts with the initiative, and he will choose himself, as is pretty customary in this game. I think going first usually considered good, although there have certainly been a few decks that like being able to go second. Quinlan, Cad Bane from the pre-rotation meta certainly enjoyed the opportunity to ping off the opponents.
Yeah. Tyler starting with a little less HP, 5 and one more card here than Patrick.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Which of those advantages will prove decisive? Normally, having more HP on your base is very good in a race, but in a situation like this one, I'm not sure it's going to be a race because these decks are probably playing a lot of the same cards as each other. I think we might see a real brawl here. Here comes Yaddle for Tyler and the Master Codebreaker for Patrick. The Master Codebreaker, one of a few options that Patrick has to help mitigate his card disadvantage. Going to be able to look at those top 8 cards, see if he can find a gambit to pull into hand. And there it is.
Yeah, the X forgets. Probably not the exact gambit he's looking for. Maybe it is, but I think you're probably always searching for faith in your friends as a primary here.
Yeah, if you look at what Gambit cards are available in the game, I think Faith in Your Friends is a very notable standout. Yes, you could get the Axe Forgets. There's maybe a few other cards you would be able to pull. I'm not entirely sure which ones Patrick is actually running, but Faith in Your Friends is probably going to be the best one in many situations. Looks like we're moving to the next turn. Tyler making a confident resource choice. Patrick thinking it over. Tyler leads off with Yaddle attacking into the Master Codebreaker. This does definitely seem like a game that's going to have some unit combat. Lieutenant Gorn representing the ability to potentially steal credits from the opponent might be nice in a matchup between two Lando builds.
Are we gonna get another Gorn here? I'd love that.
That would
Nope,
be
just
the
an
true
Ezra.
mirror match experience, but no, it's an
I
Ezra Bridger. Patrick taking initiative.
want to note too that Master Codebreaker seems like a great starting point for Patrick here, really getting that card advantage back slowly.
Yeah, not at all a bad play. And in addition to finding that card, also discounts those gambits, so could let you make some more efficient plays in later turns as well. Once again, Tyler making a quick resource choice. Patrick spending a little more time thinking it over.
One of the luxuries of a final is it is untimed.
Does Patrick does seem to have forgotten or chosen not to attack with the Master Codebreaker. I think that could have been a single point of damage on Tyler's base or something at least.
Could just be
We're
weighing
gonna
out
see the
Yaddle
axe
over,
forgets. Oh, you know what? I'm so silly. It was Patrick who had the initiatives. That makes a lot more sense. I
yeah.
think I had thought that Tyler had the initiative, in which case it would be a forgotten attack, but it in this case, I think bouncing that Ezra before he gets a chance to swing is probably more valuable than the one damage on base that you would get.
We're getting the reverse mill here. Patrick milling Tyler's deck, getting the Lightmaker out. Really interesting wrinkle.
And hey, there is the Lieutenant Gorn versus Lieutenant Gorn that you were talking about. Tyler playing his own copy of this 4/4 ground unit with the opportunity to steal a credit. And Patrick is the only one who currently has a credit. This creates an odd situation where Tyler could attack and steal it. And Patrick would be able to attack and steal the credit back. But what if Tyler attacked his Lieutenant Gorn into his opponent's Lieutenant Gorn, stealing the credit and removing the opponent's option to steal?
Yeah,
However,
it's a
it's
really
Patrick with the
complicated
initiative.
back and forth there.
Yeah. Pretty funny situation here. Let's see, though. Patrick with the initiative could, of course, trade Lieutenant Gorns first and get the opportunity for credit theft off the table. However, it's going to be actually using the credit to play, I believe that is the ambush Finn on the field, and could give a shield token to a non unique unit, but actually can't because everything on the board is unique. Yaddle trades for Finn. That would kick in a restore 1, but there is no damage on the base to restore. Lieutenant Gorn now the only unit on the field. Patrick swinging in for 4. Tyler still has 5 resources unspent. Another Lieutenant Gorn.
That credit dance back and forth is really interesting here. Finn coming in, clearing the opportunity for another credit to get made on the other side, then getting the chance to jockey back and forth for this next credit if any of them chooses to make it.
Yeah. If either player makes a credit now, the opponent can attack Lieutenant Gorn into the opponent's Lieutenant Gorn, steal the credit, and remove the opportunity for another steal. So I think as long as these Lieutenant Gorn units are both ready, neither player actually wants to make a credit because taking an action to make a credit just enables the trade. Looks like Patrick goes for the trade, even with no credits on the field. Tyler making a credit now, milling Patrick and saying cunning, it seems. Patrick mills Tyler, both of them hitting.
Back and forth,
Ty-
gotta love it.
Tyler, the first to flip, turns his credit into 3. If he has an answer to Patrick's Lando, this could be a nice situation, but Patrick does flip himself, turns his 1 credit into 3. Tyler with the first opportunity to make potentially a very big play. Both players have access to 8 total resources between their resources and credits. Tyler is going to use 7 of those. It's Qui-Gon Jinn ambushing and defeating Patrick's Lando Calrissian.
Taking 4 back, so still alive to see another day. Now we're seeing a big tap, another 8, another 7 for Qui-Gon. This is a mirror
The
match.
the true mirror match experience. Patrick with the exact same play that we just saw from Tyler. Qui-Gon Jinn ambushes and defeats Tyler's copy of Lando Calrissian, and the 2 Qui-Gons now facing off. All right.
Both players sitting on 7 effective resources with 1 credit each. A lot of options available to both.
Yeah, pretty funny situation here. And Tyler going for the trade, the Qui-Gon's trade, the when defeated effects don't do anything because there aren't any other units on the board. And we're left with a totally open board. Both players, both players here are on the same resources, the same credits. Liberty hits the field for Patrick. That is a big one. Tyler was gonna make one play, but is thinking it over. Do I see another Liberty in Tyler's hand?
I see a Bo-Katan at least. I think, and a light maker. It might be a Liberty or a Blue Ace in the back.
Yeah, it might be a blue ace, something with a bright blue background.
We
Tyler
have another
mills
mill here.
Patrick, makes a credit. Elemental Swoo in chat says, "Okay, so I said their lists are pretty different, but here we are."
Yeah, that's true. And it was the
Oh, it's a
Blue
blue
Ace,
ace. That
making
4
that Liberty
damage.
a little weaker.
Wait, so this doesn't this ready Liberty? Am I missing something?
It does ready Liberty.
I think that's a bit of a gaff then. You really don't want to ready that, but it looks like they've missed it. Oh, there we go. Tyler maybe kicking himself a bit, may not have realized that would happen, and now poised to take 9 damage, which is not very desirable.
Does look like he's holding on to a grassroots resistance, so that's probably what he's thinking to take Liberty out. Not sure if it was a mistake or not.
No, it's gotta be a sequencing error because you should play. Oh, but you know what? It doesn't even matter because Patrick already took the initiative.
Oh, okay. We missed that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I guess either Patrick already took the initiative or let him play it back and do it in the right order or whatever. But the combination of Blue Ace and Grassroots Resistance not only taking out Liberty, but also restoring 3 damage from Tyler's base, only 1 damage now on. And there's another Liberty from Patrick immediately played. This time, no credit token, but he doesn't need one anymore because they're up to 8 resources. Lightmaker on Tyler's side of the board. Initiative taken by Patrick, Lando ability being used by Tyler, milling Patrick, finds another cunning card. There is a credit token for Tyler. 2 resources and 1 credit left. Does he have anything to do with them? Looks like a no. So Lightmaker facing off against Liberty, but Patrick can potentially attack to base and exhaust Lightmaker at the same time.
Absolutely. And Mando milled there. Not the main thing you want to see discarded. That's one of the risks with this deck, of course, but we'll see how much top end really factors in as we get to later phases.
There's that attack from Liberty, 9 damage to Tyler's base. Lightmaker exhausted. Tyler now in a bit of an awkward position, may not have an immediate answer to Liberty, but can't afford to take too many more of those hits. The problem is if you take initiative to allow Lightmaker to swing first and trade, it lets the opponent play a lot of resources worth of cards with you not doing anything. Let's see what Tyler is going to do on this turn.
9 resources is a lot to spend, right? You can't leave
Yeah.
that open.
Qui-Gon, no ambush. Okay, that does develop a powerful unit in the ground. Blue Ace, though, ambushes Lightmaker, defeats Lightmaker.
And protects against that board wipe exhaust here, making it not matter at all.
Initiative taken. Tyler in a tough spot needs to stop things in the space arena. I believe the hyperspace disaster was sideboard. Is that right?
That is sideboard for Tyler.
Yeah, yeah. So hyperspace disaster would be excellent here for Tyler. It would clear those units while leaving Qui-Gon alive, but he doesn't have access to it at this time. And we're gonna see what he does. If he has a Liberty of his own, it would be very strong. And he does. Liberty exhausting Liberty. Blue Ace could swing into it, but would just be defeated and would ready it as well. Qui-Gon into Qui-Gon, though.
Takes that out and have 3 resources left to see what you could do with this Liberty.
The when defeated effects on these Qui-Gon Jinn units do nothing because they only affect ground units. So neither player able to bounce a space unit here. Each player milling each other to generate a credit token. And Tyler still has 1 resource and 2 credits, but takes the initiative. Patrick just is going to pass here, doesn't want to swing Liberty or doesn't want to swing Blue Ace into Liberty. If Tyler were to swing, he could trade Liberties and exhaust Blue Ace, which would leave Patrick a little ahead on board, but could be worse. However, that Sentinel means that Tyler cannot attack the base and exhaust his opponent's Liberty, which would otherwise be a very desirable play.
Yeah, really interesting thought process. I'm not sure which one's right and which one's wrong, but you definitely have some options there. You could have claimed prior to making the token. Just really depends on what your plan of attack is to deal with this Liberty. Are you going to let him have the agency and swing in and clear it and exhaust, or maybe risk having removal as well? Obviously, it's the top cut, so they know exactly what's in everybody's deck list. That's why you see Tyler checking out this discard pile to make sure he understands what he has to deal with left.
One funny thing that sometimes happens in mirrors is that both players understand the nuances of the opponent's deck more than in a match between people who are running different decks and don't have as much experience on them. So it sometimes does lead to some funny scenarios. Tyler with the initiative, looking through his opponent's discard pile there. Looks like 4 resources, 8 resources, 9 resources. Is this gonna be Bo-Katan? Yes, it
It
is.
must be. Yep. Clears that blue ace.
Blue ace off the board, sends an experience token to Liberty here.
Kind of puts the onus on Patrick to deal with this Liberty immediately because you really don't want to be standing there versing a Bo-Katan and Liberty.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation here. So I think the Liberty, even with the experience token, though, because Liberty has 2 more power than HP, Tyler's Liberty is not in a position where it can take the opposing Liberty out and remain on the field. So Patrick could just trade here, I guess.
Yeah, you
Neither
definitely
player
want
can
to
actually
trade
attack
or
the base.
remove
Yeah,
before it gets bigger, before another experience token hits.
right. Tyler does still have 4 resources available even after playing Bo-Katan because there are 2 resources or rather 2 resources and 2 credits. So we could see further plays here from Tyler. And oh, you know what? I had neglected. There's -3 on Patrick's Liberty, but here comes another Bo-Katan.
Get the -3 on
Uh,
the other Liberty as well. Another true mirror match in every sense of the word.
yeah, I had thought that Patrick could just trade, but actually the -3 meant that he couldn't. But now with the -3, the Liberty trade is now potentially open again. We could also potentially see a Bo-Katan trade. There is also an argument here. If Tyler were to take initiative, he could potentially swing with his Liberty, take out the opposing Liberty, and then exhaust his opponent's Bo-Katan. But Patrick, I guess, doesn't want that to happen, swings his Liberty into Tyler's Liberty. Both Bo-Katans get buffed.
Get the mill there, getting another credit token.
Yep. Each player milling each other. And so there are 2/9/9 Bo-Katans and nothing else on the field.
I haven't played this deck very much, only probably like 20 games. I do kind of question not taking the initiative there if you're Patrick.
You know, wanted yeah, I don't 100% know myself. We'll see how this one breaks down. The Bo-Katan face off, but Tyler has another Liberty and exhausts his opponent's Bo-Katan. Also, the Liberty exhaust returns all upgrades on the unit that cost 4 or less, so that experience getting bounced, Tyler could potentially have his Bo-Katan kill Patrick's. Patrick plays Ahsoka Tano. Does Tyler have a non-unit card to discard to avoid being exhausted?
Looks like he does. He has the choice of faith in your friends. We'll see if he takes it or not. Really big punish here now, facing down a Liberty plus a boosted bow while you're not.
Yeah, could be really nasty here for Patrick.
Also,
Tyler
looking at
thinking about
Tyler's
that
hand,
discard.
he has a Bo-Katan and a Liberty as well. So really getting that top end when it matters most.
Discards faith in your friends. Bo-Katan for Tyler defeating Patrick's and gets to give out another experience, sending it to Liberty. Ahsoka could potentially trade for Bo here.
Hmm. Doing a quick double check to make sure nothing was missed while you were milling each other.
Yeah. Gotta check it out. Now, what are we gonna see here on Patrick's side? He still has a lot of resources available to spend.
Does look like his hand is filled with relatively small units compared to Tyler.
Not necessarily Not necessarily what you want to see. This isn't a time for the small units. This is a time for the big haymaker bomb plays.
Yeah, looking like he's holding on to a code breaker, a light maker, a blue ace, and a beguile.
There's the master code breaker. It gets to search for a gambit. Maybe you can find like a faith in your friends, which could then generate some small units and also do some card draw, searching for some other bigger play. Looks like that's what we're going to see. Faith in your friends.
Wisely taking a look at that, the rest of those cards drawn to make sure you understand what you're not going to see in the next few turns.
Yeah, in a lot of decks, that sort of thing doesn't matter, but in this matchup, it just might. Tyler Mills Patrick. I believe that was an N1 Starfighter being milled.
That's correct.
There's the Faith in Your Friends, only going to cost 1 with the discount from the Master Codebreaker. Patrick gets to look at those top 3 cards and choose one, then potentially disclose.
And hopefully either fish for some top end or filter through some cards you're not looking for.
Let's see here.
I think he took Han Pilot there.
Not the best, not the worst. Kind of a mid-level unit. Does he have the disclose? Looks like no. Or maybe he chooses not to use it? I think Tyler
He
pointed
has
that
it.
out. Yeah, yeah, there we go. So the disclose is Han Lightmaker Blue Ace, I believe. So that is going to generate the 2 spies.
It's always good to build your board up, but I'm concerned about Bo just being fed these smaller units to do it, but the Han Pilot really does cover that.
Yes, and then Pilot Han is going to ambushing in and clearing ambushing. Does he have enough resources for because he had credits, right? Okay.
Yeah. And then he
I
just
had
created
thought, isn't
another
that too many
credit.
resources? But I forgot they are. I forgot these are decks with credit tokens to spare. So that is going to be the ground arena now, totally in Patrick's control. But like you were saying, that second copy of Bo-Katan might be a very big deal here.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the unintended consequences of mill. I think that's probably the main reason why you mill your opponent in this situation and not yourself, potentially at least, because the risk is there that he could always mill you. So if you're not milling back, that game theory scenario works out not in your favor.
Yeah. So Liberty swinging in for a mighty 11 damage on Patrick's base. First damage on Patrick's base we've seen all game, but it is a very big hit indeed. Also exhausting Ahsoka Tano. Patrick still has the Master Codebreaker and 2 spy tokens available on the ground arena.
Tyler sitting on approximately a boatload of resources, could play basically anything he wants.
Spy token swings for 2 damage. These spy tokens do give some nice kind of stalling actions that aren't necessarily all that important. Both players have huge amounts of resources. I think Patrick only has 1 credit while Tyler has 3. But Lando Calrissian scene play now for Tyler, the 4/5 Sentinel that takes 1 fewer damage while this unit's defending. The attacker gets -1 power.
Slow rolling this turn a little bit is sitting on a Bo-Katan in Tyler's hand. I think he still has enough resources to play it as well with those credits. So could potentially play that, kill Bo spies, and make a really big Lando or an even bigger Bo-Katan or Liberty.
Looks like a Beguile used, and that's going to give us a nice glimpse of Tyler's hand. Lando getting bounced, and look at that. It's all bombs. He
Yeah.
has what was that? It was Mandalorian, Bo-Katan, and I believe actually another Liberty.
Yep, that is correct. Plus that Lando coming back to hand as well. We mentioned it in the pregame, but it matters when you get your bombs in this type of matchup.
Well, Tyler's certainly getting them now. Patrick might have a bit of a tough road here getting through all this. Every single card in Tyler's hand is a big problem. And here comes Bo Katan defeating both of those spies, -3/-3 to Codebreaker and Ahsoka as well. And that's going to be 2 experience tokens that Tyler can now give out.
Maybe give one to Bo here, one to Liberty. Get yourself out of a Bo coming in and trading potentially, and also make Liberty bigger.
Yeah, maybe. It's kind of an odd situation also because if the opponent brings out Liberty, they can exhaust your Liberty and get rid of all its tokens. So the tokens aren't necessarily that relevant in the Liberty versus Liberty duel. Looks like it's going to be Lightmaker on the field for Patrick, and Tyler takes the initiative.
For that duel to happen, it needs to be both ways, right? So Lightmaker, great unit in most circumstances. This one, not necessarily one of them.
Yeah. Now, Lightmaker is not terrible, but the problem in this situation for me is it appears to me that Tyler could just attack the base and exhaust the Lightmaker.
Exactly.
Patrick does have a few more resources to spend, though. Using a few resources and a credit, Blue Ace swings in. Immediately defeated, I believe, does the Liberty there, but I think Tyler's already taken the initiative, so Liberty can't attack.
Yeah.
Oh, and then that also gives Tyler another Bo-Katan trigger being put onto Bo-Katan herself, now able to swing for 10.
Yeah.
Some
10 on
people
the
in chat
ground.
suggest
Y-
Patrick concede the game, but this is an untimed final, so there is no incentive to do so other than trying to save your own mental energy or whatever.
Yeah. We're just not feeling depressed.
Yeah.
That's a
Well, as
12
predicted,
base hit.
yeah, Liberty with a big swing to Patrick's base and exhausts Lightmaker. Normally this would be check, but with that 35 HP base, even a 10 swing from damage swing from Bo-Katan is not enough to destroy Colossus here.
Really do want to find a way to stop this bow from attacking, even if it's not necessarily exact lethal. You're getting absolutely very close. Looks like he's holding on to a Mandalorian and a Bo-Katan. So nice top decks in the past couple turns from Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick may be finding some of his own bombs. The problem is he is far enough behind right now that he needs to do something incredibly strong to catch back up. And we know Tyler has some really big plays of his own waiting. You know, it would be a
Really,
really spicy card in this game if they printed a card that allowed you to steal the initiative after your opponent's already taken it. That would be really crazy.
yeah, or something similar to Kaz, like do something and then take another action.
Yeah. All right, so Patrick just takes the initiative, maybe trying to get the Lightmaker trade going. Bo-Katan swings to base, 2 HP left on that Colossus, and now Tyler gets the chance to play whatever he wants.
Has a full suite of resources at his disposal.
I think that it looks like he may be playing that Lando Calrissian that we saw earlier, giving a little bit of cover to the ground arena and developing an additional threat. And now we see Commence Patrol. The Commence Patrol ability to actually put a strong card back on the bottom of the deck might honestly be relevant here. Another Liberty added to the bottom of the deck there, as well as an X-Wing token created in the space arena. And I think Patrick scoops.
He does, yeah. Really, really intense first game. We saw a lot of back and forth there, and the mid game, Patrick really looked to have a little bit of an edge. Though that drawing into that top end and just controlling the board and playing Liberty and Bow on repeat. Who knew? Good strategy.
Man, when Patrick played that Beguile and saw a hand full of bombs for Tyler, that has got to feel bad. Not what you wanna see.
It's
I
soul
think that
crushing.
I think the thing that made Patrick concede there, though, was actually the Commence Patrol, because by bringing out that X-Wing token, it meant that Patrick could no longer have Lightmaker swing into Liberty and exhaust all of Tyler's units, because now the humble 2/2 X-Wing token in the space arena, even after that attack and exhaust, would have been able to swing in and end the game.
It's been quite the weekend for this X-Wing token. We saw a couple games yesterday, one with the X-Wing, and really effective use there as that final piece of check.
Yeah, Commence Patrol, nice card to have access to. Interesting way to get a one cost 2/2 that is both cunning and heroism. And sometimes putting a card in discard on the bottom of the deck might be relevant if you do end up in a crazy mill scenario.
So just looking at the sideboard here for Patrick, he's holding three Jam Communication, three the Tree Remembers, two Junior Senator, one Bravo Squadron Fighter, and one Finn. I could see Jam Communication coming in potentially. I could see Finn coming in potentially. On Tyler's side, pulling up his list in the side, he's really geared for space, like we mentioned. I think probably the only include that you might be doing is Galen to stop the credits, potentially Tantive too to just be a little bit of an impediment to Liberty. And I guess you could convince me on the hyperspace disasters as well.
Yeah, there's an argument I think for taking some like card that isn't that important and replacing it with hyperspace disaster just so that if your opponent does get advantage in the space arena you can reset. I mean like if we imagine the sort of situation that we saw in the game earlier where the opponent has liberty and you don't, honestly trading a hyperspace disaster just for liberty is not a terrible play.
Yeah, just in
Although
general,
obviously undesirable compared to any normal removal that would just kill it directly and not
sure.
kill your stuff too and would cost less and so.
Yeah. So just in general, really big week for Lando, leading back towards last weekend in London at the Nexus Invitational. We saw the Swoop Racers publish their Lando guide earlier last week. Saw a lot of success with the deck this weekend. So for those getting ready for events coming up, Decticon next weekend, then PQs the week following, I think Lando is going to be one you have to prepare for.
Mm. Yeah, it should be interesting to see. It should be interesting to see just how the meta shifts as a result of this event and other tournaments being played. Certainly, I think Lando is one that it's worth preparing for, seeing how strong it's done both here and in the team tournament yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, if it just did well yesterday, which it did, I would say, oh, maybe it's just a matchup thing. Maybe the team format helped protect Lando, but today it didn't
Right.
seem to be the case. Obviously, great pilots here on both sides.
Yeah, and I mean, we have also seen Lando winning against a range of different decks potentially, so that I think shows it's not just the matchups. You know, to get here, I think Patrick played against Chewie in the previous round. That's probably a matchup where having a 35 HP Colossus is quite nice to have to really give aggro a tough hill to climb.
100%, 100%. And those credits really allow you to get those units out that aren't just bombs, they're impactful bombs that could really slow down everything that a player like Chewie is trying to do.
All right, we're about to head into game two. Tyler from Maclunky Gaming with the win in game one. If he can win this one, he will secure the back-to-back win in both components of the Cantina Clash. I believe he was on the winning team yesterday, the Pasqwalle fan club team from Maclunky Gaming. So has that win already under his belt, and he is one game of SWU potentially away from being the victor in the individual premier event as well.
Yeah, be a great accomplishment, great way to start off the set on the right foot.
Yeah, let's see if he can do it. Patrick, though, certainly no slouch, done very well himself. If he can win this game, we'll be headed to game three in this exciting mirror match between two Lando decks. Same leader, same aspect, different bases. There's the Master Codebreaker again. This is definitely a start that is pretty nice for Patrick, at least if he can find a gambit in his top 8 cards.
Yeah, so just taking a look at both players' hand, I believe that they both drew Liberty and Bo-Katan in their opening hands, but Patrick was forced to resource a Bo-Katan to be able to play a turn one play this turn, I believe.
Take a look at that, though. Patrick has missed his top 8 cards, did not have a gambit. So the Master Codebreaker failing to generate the card advantage that Patrick wants. And there's the Commence Patrol being used here, generates that X-Wing after Tyler milled Patrick to get a credit token, then sending the card that he milled, which I believe was Ahsoka Tano, back to the bottom of Patrick's deck.
Yep.
Initiative taken by Patrick, probably a bit behind after missing with the Master Codebreaker. Does still have the discount there for a Gambit, though. We'll see if it
And looks
matters.
like he just top decked another bow.
Hey, nice card to see. Right now, we're going to have kind of little poke attacks from these early units. One from the Master Codebreaker, two from the X-Wing. But Patrick plays Lieutenant Gorn, now threatening to steal Tyler's only credit. Let's see what Tyler has in response. Tyler could, of course, spend this credit this turn to prevent it from being stolen, but isn't going to do that. Is actually going to use Lando to generate another credit, milling Patrick one here. Tyler must have some kind of answer. Maybe now could play a 4 cost unit, spend both credits, could do something to stop Gorn. Let's see what happens. A Gorn of his own spending the credits.
Yep. Thinking to himself, hey, we played this game last time and it came out to my advantage in the end. Maybe you could try to recreate that scenario.
Yeah, so Tyler very slightly ahead on board, but does also have the advantage of his opponent being -1 card thanks to Colossus.
So we're gonna have
Patrick
this
trades
four trade, yeah.
cards, and we're stuck once again with an X-Wing versus the Master Codebreaker. Tyler's X-Wing fires away in space. Master Codebreaker swings on the ground. Tyler targeting Patrick once again.
Ooh.
If he said cunning, though, he just missed, but he mills a Bo-Katan, which Patrick is probably not happy to lose.
Yeah, I think it's bummer for Tyler didn't get the credit, but happy to see one less bow he has to deal with.
Stolen AT hauler hitting the board here for Patrick. And that is going to be a potential major threat. Looks like Tyler didn't have anything else to play. Not sure whether he was relying on that credit to play a four cost or whether he just didn't have anything at all. One way or another, though, Patrick now the one with a bit of board advantage. But the stolen AT hauler, of course, a card that could potentially end up on the other side of the board, depending on how things go. Tyler using Galen Urso here. I don't know
Most
what
likely
he's
calling
aiming.
credits.
Credit is a popular credit's a popular choice here. Patrick trying to do some aggression using the stolen AT hauler to do damage to base rather than clearing the X-wing. Patrick milled once again by Tyler. Tyler is calling cunning, and this time he hits with a beguile. Patrick swings one damage onto Galen Urso with the Master Codebreaker. X-wing token attacks into the stolen AT hauler. 2 damage on the hauler now, setting it up to potentially be removed. I think there's a good chance we'll see a grassroots resistance play on that hauler later.
I think more likely coming in with Bo-Katan next turn on the flip.
Oh, you have a very good point. That does put oh man, that does put that hauler in range. I had forgotten just how quickly Lando can get Bo-Katan going here. The
Yeah.
ability to yeah, there's the flip. Resources up. Bo-Katan waiting now, potentially going to get a double kill and 2 experience.
And what has to happen here for Lando to be able, for Patrick to be able to use his credits? He needs to get Galen off the field. We haven't confirmed from Tim that credits were called, and the resource disadvantage is going to be huge unless we could deal with it here.
Yeah, Galen, a huge problem here for Patrick. Patrick flips. Lando has 4 credits but can't spend them, and I think Bo is about to make an appearance. No,
Looks
it's
like
not
not
gonna
just
be Bo.
Qui-Gon.
Qui-Gon Jinn ambushes and defeats Lando. 3 damage to base, or I'm sorry, 4 damage to base from the stolen AT hauler. And then Lando attacks. 8 damage to base there. I think they ran out of battery, but had another tool there to swipe in.
I think Lando's sitting at 8 damage on the Colossus side.
Should be 8 damage, I believe. Yeah, they're getting it set.
There we go.
Patrick trying to find the sweet spot there for the minus action, finds it. So Codebreaker swinging in for 1 damage to Tyler's base. Tyler swings with Galen. Patrick has nothing to play.
Oh,
He has to take the initiative. He must have been relying on Lando to clear his opponent's Galen Urso here. This is a very bad situation.
absolutely brutal turn of events there for Patrick, showing the power of Galen and negating those credits.
Yeah, as we were discussing earlier, credit hate can be very relevant, but now Patrick in position to play Qui-Gon Jinn without needing credits to do so, ambushes and finally defeats Galen Urso.
Sitting at 7-9 resources though for Tyler. Bo-Katan still on the menu.
Yeah, Bo-Katan here would actually get a triple kill, but the downside would be playing Bo-Katan would allow Qui-Gon's when defeated to bounce a unit here.
That's very true. Probably gonna
Qui-Gon
take
to base,
7 first.
4 to base there. Damage adding up for both players. Last game was a real fight for the board. This game, a lot more damage is going on bases than what we saw earlier.
What if we see a spicy Mando play here to take out the code breaker and capture Qui-Gon?
I think it's Bo. Oh no, you're absolutely right. It was the Mando captures Qui-Gon, no one defeated effect going off. I was thinking he was just gonna play Bo and put all the experience on Lando and just go for the base, but opting for a little more Borg control than that, swings to base with Lando for 4 damage.
Patrick having a little fun with these life boards, trying to find that right spot.
Let's see. Now, Patrick about to draw up once again in a very unfavorable spot, but unlike earlier, Patrick's credits are good to go this time.
We're getting
I think
the
that
dice
one,
damage sorted.
yeah, that one seemed to have a dead spot or something, little difficulty there. Swaps out for some dice, keeps things legible, 22 damage on the base.
I
Stolen
think that
AT Holler, all that's left for Patrick.
this could likely be the last turn of the game if things go right for Tyler here. Bo-Katan's still online, presenting 17 damage on the ground.
Yeah, needs to get 13 more to close things out. Patrick really seems to be in some trouble here, missing the master codebreaker draw and then running into Galen Urso, really locking down those credits. But those credits are finally online. Patrick has a lot of resources and a lot of credits. Let's see what he can do with them. He has the initiative. He has, I
Looks like he's
believe, 8 resources and 4 credits.
Yeah, it looks like his main options here are Mando or Liberty. Both probably not going to be enough here to be that big of a swing. I think there might be a bow in the back of the hand trying to get a good angle there.
Yeah, Mando here, not super amazing. I guess you could hit Qui-Gon, defeat Qui-Gon, then you get bounced, but before you get bounced, you could capture the opposing Mandalorian and get your unit back. Not amazing. Stolen AT hauler swings. Tyler pushing more down, maybe rethinking that. Yeah, pushing more damage with Qui-Gon instead of with the Mandalorian. 6 HP left for Patrick. One more swing from the Mandalorian and it's over. Can Patrick respond? Liberty exhausts, but all Tyler has to do now is take initiative and it's over, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think there's much you could do with four to stop both of these threats.
Maybe with the 4 credits, Patrick can pull something out, but I think Tyler could potentially just take the initiative here.
The question is
Yep.
also there it is. There's the handshake.
Takes initiative, and Patrick says, "Good game." That's it for this one. Tyler with a very strong win. The first game was a lot closer than that one. What do you think the key difference was, Jordan?
It's top end, man. It's when you draw it and how you position yourself to be able to leverage that top end. And we saw in both games and this whole weekend, Tyler doing an excellent job in making sure that he's set up to use that top end when it comes to him, right? You obviously can't influence when they're coming, but you have to be ready when they do.
Yeah, and I do think Tyler also that Galen Urso was so disruptive to Patrick. That Lando flip turn, which is sometimes time to really take control of the game, drop a bomb super early, ended up being incredibly underwhelming for Patrick. Wasn't able to clear Galen, wasn't even able to use his resources aside from the credit token or whatever that he made at the start.
Yeah, really, really interesting back and forth in this mirror with that Gorn, with the ability to mill each other. A lot of really cool pieces of tech showcased here. Just all in all, an amazing weekend for Maclunky, especially Tyler being on the fan club as well as getting this win in the solo today. We're gonna be holding on for an interview with Tyler as he gets wrapped up and cleaned up here with his board state. But absolutely epic gameplay from Tyler all weekend long.
Yeah, I think he has had a very strong results here, not only winning the team event as part of Pasquale's fan club yesterday, but now the individual event champion as well. Lando serving Tyler well today. Very strong showing. And yeah, that was the finals. We will have a winner's interview shortly. But huge congratulations to Tyler for a great showing this weekend.
Yeah, and I think like we mentioned during the game, like Lando is fully on the map right now. If you're going to an event next weekend or the weekend following, you got to be prepared for it, and in large part due to this and past weekend success as well. Just that top end is so brutal. Mandalorian, Qui Gon, Liberty, but when Qui Gon and Mando are like your junior top end, you're set up for a pretty chunky battle force there.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I think I do think we're in a situation now where Lando gives you access to the really powerful top of the top end cards way sooner than a lot of other decks. At least if you get a chance to make those credits and use them without being disrupted. But now we have Tyler, our big winner on the winning team yesterday, won the individual event today. Tyler, how are you feeling?
Obviously, I'm feeling great. Uh, it's a great feeling to win events, so happy to do it. Does not
Yeah,
come
Well,
by
absolutely.
that
congratulations
often.
on your victories.
Thank you, thank you.
So are we going for the Tyler fan club for next team event, or how are we staying with the Pasqwalle? You know, this win on Sunday kind of might change things a bit.
Well, I didn't get this, say it, yesterday, but this deck, as everyone knows, I'm not the brewer, the builder of lists and stuff. This list is 100% in part to my teammate Pasquale, my teammate Philip, and my teammate Eric. 100%, found the right combination, found blue is best. It's all I give it to them. I will take credit for the Lightmaker and Lothwolves. Otherwise, the list is theirs.
Yeah,
We
this
saw
morning
that Lothwolf be pretty nice yesterday against Tata.
It serves its purpose that it needs to, in which I found that the best ways to beat the aggressive negotiations is to have double sentinel, because then they can't aggressive you. They can commence the festivities, but when you're not playing large units, Vel is Tata's list is a danger of that because Vel will be big herself. So a commence festivities on Vel is very scary. But
yeah.
most
So
part,
we
that's
were
hope.
we were talking about the mirror throughout this past matchup, of course. And one thing that we were talking about is just like the amount of top end you were able to see and take advantage of. I think that's like the defining factor in this Lando mirror.
Yeah, without doubt, it's just the top end units. We're just trading off, top end. Like I don't know if I just scribbling on the piece of paper the amount of, 7+ drops that I saw, as I went through game one. It's like, all right, these two bows are down, X number of Mandos down, X number of Liberties. It's also the reason why instead of playing, I think like a bow or thing earlier, I went blue ace into uh, grassroots resistance to kill his Liberty. Even though I'm using 2 cards for it, I'm using essentially 2 irrelevant cards to deal with a Liberty, which is, the main way we're killing each other.
Yeah, it lets you hold on to those big units or removal if you have to use it. Also saw in between your game with V that you sideboarded. What was that? Was that the full 10 that you bring in for space
Yeah, the
matchups
full
here?
10. I probably shouldn't bring in the 3 trees against Vader, because it's kind of just cuts down on my hit rate. But otherwise, it's only 5 non-heroism total. My deck is name heroism. So at least main board, there's no misses. And then sideboard, it's just 3 hyperspace disasters and 2 3 trees. So yeah, I probably should change for Vader, but against Luke and stuff, it's essentially all 10.
Yeah, and I thought it was a strong showing in that match. The first game being, I think a fairly close race, but you ended up coming out on top. And then the second game, though, it felt like you had all these answers available for what Vader was doing.
Yeah, I got quite lucky in the fact that I drew well. I drew all of my like space cards in game one, which there's not like there's a lot. We have 6 ambushers, the liberties and the bow that hope to get there. But then it's Kanan, and then that's about it. There's not much other interaction space. So I did draw really well in that, at least the game one, and I was able to at least put a massive assault on ground as well to match the damage.
Yeah, massive is the understatement there, right? Not many decks, especially decks that could go that big, are able to go action for action with a Vader pilot leader. I think Bale really unlocked that, obviously. So I guess my last question would just be, do you think this is the best combination of a deck that has top end, like the giant units like Bow and Liberty, but that could also deal with the space assault because of hyperspace disaster and Liberty to a lesser extent?
If you are dealing, Lando, yes, I do think so. But the fun thing about Lando is that no matter what you do, you can build it 3 different ways for every color pairing. And we've seen, from other events, or the other one where you just do Lando name Vigilance and you play Hyperspace Disasters main, and like that would probably destroy the pilot decks. But you're definitely losing a lot of percentage against the Jin, the rest of the field.
I have one last question of my own, Tyler. For people who have seen this and are quaking in their boots about the prospect of playing against these powerful Lando decks, would you have any suggestions as to what to do to counter Lando?
Lieutenant Gorn, very good, very strong.
The
As you saw in the
Lieutenant Gorn
mirror,
wars were very amusing to me in that last game.
yeah, Gorn. It's not like the strongest effect. The issue is that, as Lando itself, my only answer is to a Gorn is my own Gorn. Like we just trade the 4/4. Arvel is also very good. It requires a lot of sequencing in order to, when you make the credit, when you set up. If you're going into flip against, any of the red decks, you want to have 2 credits, because if they Arvel the one that you have, and then you have to then Lando action and go, you kind of just like lose a lot of tempo, and then you're only going to play 1 8 drop, and then that's it. You're stuck on 7s. You have to wait another turn. So there's definitely play to it. I don't really like the blue counter, the 2/4 that shuts off credits. I do think that Arvel, Lieutenant Gorn, and then Galen. Galen's insane. If I were to make a change for my list, it's probably to try to find spots to put Galen into main, because I'm bringing that card in every matchup, straight up. It's just so good. You always find something to name with it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense.
So you heard it here first, folks. If you're trying to counter Lando, the Convex security captain, maybe not, but Lieutenant Gorn, Arval, Galen Urso, those might be good choices for your sideboard. Tyler, huge congratulations on your victories both today and yesterday. Really impressive showing, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing you at future Star Wars Unlimited events.
I will definitely be going. Thank you guys very much. It's a good night to end it on.
Yeah. Great job,
Absolutely.
Tyler.
Well, that's going to just about do it for this one, guys. Thank you all for tuning in to watch the Cantina Clash, an event at Top Deck Games brought to you by Maclunky Gaming and our sponsor, Metal Fab Tokens. We had the team event yesterday. We had the individual event today. Lots of good Star Wars Unlimited being played. Really exciting time in the meta. Any final thoughts from you, Jordan, before we close this one out?
No, just a great weekend. Hopefully, it's the first of many. We say it enough; it's almost like a broken record. But we love the team events. The team events are so fun. There's so much extra strategy. Set by set, they become even more strategic based on the larger card pool. Just a great event overall to kick this a Lawless time season off.
Yeah, and I want to give some final shout outs. So, big shout out to everyone who was involved in casting this event. So, we have BobbySapphire was on earlier, as well as Pasqwalle coming to us live from the cruise ship. So very cool stuff there. Tim and Claire, of course, from Maclunky Gaming, setting up this event, setting up the stream, making it all possible. They do great stuff for the community. This really would not be possible without them. Top Deck Games, of course. Metal Fab, our sponsor. Jordan, anyone you want to shout out?
No, just everybody. If it's a team effort to make these sorts of events happen, and people in the chat, people giving us the data behind the scenes, really goes a long way. And it's been a great time getting to cast with you as well, Tower.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to cast with you as well. Big shout out as well to all the viewers and to Fantasy Flight Games for making this great game. I'm TowerNumber9, joined here by Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew. We're going to be signing off, and we'll catch you on the next one.